then we have just. The task force has done it for us.
Relating the entire benefit of the scholarships.
Chair, what would be wrong doing that in case it has to take us out of the money? And we have staff. We do it.
It's okay. Honorable Grace, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Without diverting from the primary function of the Government Department of Education, as outlined in the second schedule of
Be loud enough. We are on hands up, please. Be loud enough.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Without diverting from the primary function of County Department of Education, as outlined in the second schedule of our Constitution 2010, i.e. techniques, vocational training centers, early childhood development, and home care centers. What are your plans in ensuring that learners from the formation institutions gain skills that appeal to the market?
Thank you, Chair. In vocational training centers, to ensure that our learners in relevant skills is a matter of funding or equipping the institutions they are in. I'm aware that at times some institutions the test kits of the equipment. So without the equipment, our learners may be doing a lot of theory, yet these vocational training centers are specifically made for skills. So we should transfer a lot of theory to VTCs. It's funding and equipping those institutions. Yeah. And about ECP, I want to remember, I've just mentioned that we even have our own seminar, the CECM. I don't think, because I've had relationship with the teachers, I've trained teachers at ECP level, we had that program. I don't think it's doing what it's supposed to do. I'm going to report it out. Why can we have it so that we have workshops? You know, skills keep changing, trends keep changing. We have such an institution taking back to knowledge in the research with skills for our teachers. Well, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Honorable Jimion.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to note from the questionnaire that we filled, page 1. We put the evidence. We don't have a page 1, number 2, the position that you applied for CCM education. Can you complete the CCM education?
And vocational training. Vocational training. And vocational training.
In your question, in this questionnaire, you have written, you applied for a position of CCM education and vocation, not even vocation training center. Your issues with your grammar, even the position that you are applying for is not clear from this question. Secondly, from the same questionnaire, from number 19, for published writings. Three of them. I don't know the format that you have used to find out this information. You tell us the format. Then 20B. 20B. You are saying you have no linkage to a political party. The word is no linkage to a political party. But you have participated in campaigns and elections. You can't miss a linkage when you participate in campaigns. You must have been campaigning for a member or a person of a political party which links you with that political party. So this one, this information of saying you are not needed, I mean, I put it in the question, you may want
So let's
examining the questionnaires.
maybe people ask
I wanted to add something on the questionnaires because I don't want to.
let me finish the ask and then allow you time. Yes.
Thank you. I've checked on your papers. What was your thesis? What was the thesis day?
I don't know.
The thesis about the thesis.
Yeah, I don't like what systematical movement.
Yes.
You can answer those ones first.
Fine, yeah. The books that I've written, the articles, we recommended 8 years ago, and that's what we're doing. Linkage to political party. Chair, I understood it to mean that a might and registered member of a particular party. And I was confirmed that I was not represented in any party. And I was looking at it throughout my adult life, that when elections come, we have been moving, supporting contestants.
If you say 26A is none, then automatically it becomes none also. That is going to respond to.
Chair, if you kindly feel allow me. And at times, yeah, the indication is that there are those that guide. If there is, let me take the issue of person. I've seen the Act revised 2019 is guiding who is supposed to be there. In the form to chair something, why can I just declare my interest, step aside, then allow other people to do it?
You come before you come from the moon.
No, from BUNGOMA yet.
From BUNGOMA here. And you have not lived in the entire of BUNGOMA county government. Nobody at all. You are this time that you don't have anybody.
Chair, what I'm insisting on
Yes.
is that what I took is that in case this issue comes, because the explanation does not go on the way that member has said, if the issue arises, then, but I was looking at it that it has not, so far I've not seen an issue arising. But I'm getting the interpretation.
It's okay. Wonderful. Let me have one for the speaker to go fast.
Honorable Chair, thank you. The doctor here is trying to be well, trying to explain maybe as he was filling the question of understanding that these conflicts can be resolved. And when you mention that you can resolve the conflicts by abiding by the law, then at least you can put certain sections or status as you mentioned here, because for you to write that we have laws, existing laws, we have existing statutes, and we have existing acts of the assembly, then you know specifically that when such conflicts come, this is the section you will have. So you cannot just say that maybe you can try to elaborate on that.
That does not fill this form, maybe just delegate to somebody to fill for him. Because even the handwriting does not belong to one that
Allow me to go back on the position. Because that you handwriting undoubtedly. Is this your handwriting?
Yeah, if I give my notes, and that's my handwriting that in Form 3, my teacher told me that you see you do that, just this one has remained.
So are you saying this?
Isn't that what you'll be reading?
Yes.
Yeah, if confirmed that what you'll be reading for me, that's it can be seen. But it communicates, yeah, because all of the members have read.
Recorded information.
Yeah.
That's why that your question.
Because that one is what is being out. My main question would be, I thought when you asked that question, I wanted to know about what specific activities are you bringing in terms of assisting the governor in ensuring that the manifesto that is sold to the
I start check. And the officer, and that's the principal who has received. Because there must be feedback to the source. These are the numbers, I've given you 10 students. Now, these are the lists for the 10 students. This collaboration, this one we don't have a lot of stress, cost some has to pay for. Well, the money, it should be traceable. Some must pay for it, and it is found. Double payment, then it's seen. We like a seen. I've seen it. How somebody is applying for county scholarship, but is getting benefiting from World Bursary, and is also getting from CDF. Truly, I'm not working for the same government of Kenya county government. That means there's somebody. The CEC may not be coordinating them, and on the ground is confirmed. It's not a matter of just reading. I come from the background of reading. I do reading up to 2 a.m. I don't those files and then visiting. I walk. I am not. Does that mean that if I am having a car, if someone cannot move his money, we are just born in this places. Somebody may not have done his or her part to have the double payment. So we see challenge of all of us. I'm told, I've seen and I've had this complaints. A parent has paid, the fees is taken. I don't think the principal, the receiving principal is clean of this, truly. And we will give the money. Did he, she go for the feedback? So once we tighten up this chair, I don't think we should have this.
Honorable Davis.
Thank you, the current, as the county at the moment is experiencing inadequate teaching and learning processes in ECD schools. You find whereby in most cases there's no enough teachers. The toilets, they are trained to use those furnitures. And now, to look in the playing grounds, you see there should be special playing grounds for this children for the ECD. So, lack of and playing materials also for the young ECD children, playing materials for the schools, we lack them. Now, as a CCM of this county, if you are dealing with this and you are approved, what will you address in this such issues? What will you take? What will your mandate? What will you do to improve on that?
Chair, let me explain from my experience with my county, assembly representative. My MC, people may not come to me if confirmed. The first stop is the member of the county assembly. They will go to the member of the county assembly that we are lacking this. That's the second point. And I know because I've been involved and find people at the MCS of the county, wherever she is. Now that will reach me. It reaches me, and Weshima has just talked about the 45 hours. We have to solicit for funds from that synergy. We find out what can we go for first. It is true, we require to expand. People of BUNGOMA are there. Children are born every other time. We have to expand. We have to add these institutions. So we'll have to solicit for funds to direct towards construction and equipping of the institutions. You've mentioned about the shortage of the teachers. The shortage of teachers has also to be worked on by employing more. I know, even if there may be financial constraints, but at least there must be space for some to be employed, because for 5 years, at least there will be some money that for those who they have undergone through that addition, there will be okay. That one, honorable member, we have to recruit, we have to construct. But of course, with the relationship with the people who make those decisions in the public sector. Chair.
It's okay, thank you. Honorable Kemu.
Creating a syllabus working relationship with the county assembly, the department, and the arm of the county government.
Chair, synergy is very important. You are an executive, and as I am member of the executive, where you create mandate, the mandate must be obtained from that synergy. We first to originate some communication, some requirements, some requests, and it has to reach the members of the assembly for approval. So that's what it's to do on the chair.
Why he asked this question very specifically that whenever nominees appear to such a committees, they behave like angels. Why are they behave like rock elephants?
Before I go to the question, I still go back to the question.
Yes.
You know, Honorable Speaker, Chair, I'm not convinced by the responses of why do I say so, Honorable Speaker? This issue of good conduct, you know, it's ideas of an intellectual side. You are giving us a receipt instead of really genuine. How shall we going to the questions here now on the sources of farm produce, rental houses? I'm wondering, can you be in a position now to tell me how you are right on 400 pounds?
In my home, so at least 4. And if you quantify the word, Chair, I'm telling you this way, even the food I eat in my house, I'm not looking at that this is what I've sold. Because if I didn't have, I would have thought, Chair, I have that.
Okay, sir. And then finally, my question is from the National Primary Education Policy 2017. I like the primary education coordination framework from the lowest level right up to the Minister of Education, Director of Agile. Can you give some guidance?
Fine, Chair. From the lowest, we have, that's when, yeah. We have the pre-primary, where we start off at P1, P2. We have the lower primary, we have upper, we have the junior, secondary, senior, even though in between of the tertiary institution. Technical separation, I don't forget that we have ETCs because we have, even as we look that way, we remember our home is ECD and ETCs.
Final number, Chair, if you will be approved by the school, this one will go out. You will be sitting in the cabinet. You know responsibility of budget because we are looking at the other issues before the function of dealing with the cabinet. And the cabinet days, you know we are not going to take this program. What will be your opinion? Because it's your book.
Chair, they can finance my box. But the reporting line stupid. And the government says no. And I know there is another entity called Parliament, which may not say no. But for me, I don't think I'll tell the government because I'm not, that's my cause. No. What I do is, concern more, we'll have to bring on board other stakeholders and these are the members of the government. At least, once there's a genuine case, there's something like this.
Well, the majority of your case we went up.
Yeah, if you chair, you know when the title was answering some questions, you were saying that we improve our policies. Maybe you would quote for us one of the policies that would have to improve on the existing ones.
Yeah, on the evolution, we have it's actually and then we have finance, Management Act, we have Public Finance Management, we have the Constitution Management, but specifics
Relative to your department.
specifics.
In education department.
Member, let's be orderly, say, on the project asking, we need to finish
It's
first.
strictly in the education department because we were about 10 years in operation. We have the existing policies. So which ones are you going to improve on them? You can vote well in the education department.
Yeah, just allow me to say this, even though that's why we report the refer. That's
Refer to the, basically, we call our subdivisions like our readings. So,
Yeah.
very good.
One item.
Hold on.
Then lastly, Chair, you know, I asked the intention because they said I have to improve some policies, so I wanted to know which one. Then lastly, Chair, you know, it was from Honorable Senator, and he told us that after the issue of employment, now we have the issue of the wage pay. It's now around 48. So when you talk about the employment, the issue of wage pay, how will you work on it? Because it will be around 45, we are now at 48.
Chair,
Yes.
let me respond this way. If your matter of concern and taking the balance, because I'm so sure if 5 years there's not been employment in ETC, in ECE, it means that deficit comes from elsewhere. So I'm not taking some power. If it's in my station, if I'm confirmed, why can't we have an option? I don't think it's very bad.
It's okay. Honorable Stephen, you heard the question, if you are here, ask.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I have a question here that I want the chair to respond to. My question is, the time there has been a shortage of ECD teachers across the county, leading to hardship to teacher ratio in BUNGOMA. What are your intentions of improving the situation if approved to be the CECM in charge of the Department of Education and Training in addressing this shortage while staying within the community wage bill? And remember that when we talk about these ECD teachers, we also have to look at our common needs, because even vocational training is also our common needs as opposed to every other thing that we do. So, as you look at the
Yes, Chair, we have the issue of wage bill. Yes, just talked about high taxes, so I think the high taxes is up there. Let me just say that, yes, we'll cause to request for improvement. But now we are the wage bill. I think, and honorable members, Chair, I think we have not doing so well as a community. One can also find a way, we sense in this community, we have people who are trying to start to begin private ECD centers. Let's look at it, just going out of the box. And some of them, when they begin, they don't have their support. If we supported these such institutions, because we are asking for more money, yes, but we can as well find a way of involving stakeholders. If we can start some private institutions, the churches are there, some donors are there. In any case, they will also expand and then be a source of employment. So we're also going to find out how we can have other private institutions.
what about the vocational training?
Vocational training, Chair, it may not be very easy for private institutions to begin, but we have to insist on finding our rightful share from the county exchequer, so that what is allocated VTCs, because to some extent it's nearly being neglected. What is allocated to that sector has to be made. Let us try to bring down some other areas, and like this cost money for scholarships, let it be redirected to VTCs so that they can have a change.
Chair, if you allow me, the vocational training fields, to stay in the county, can you give us 3 vocational training centers which you have visited and ascertained some of the programs? 3.
There is one, let me put that one, Kikwiti, in Manhattan. There's one, Manyama. There's one in Snoko. Snoko is in DC. Yeah. Yes.
Chair, one last issue.
Yes.
Maybe Chair, Daktari is 56 years old. From my records, yes, 56 years old. How are you able to
Or Treatwell High School. And even before that, I'm in the team that went to environmental of boom, and I did not use my boom for anything. I started farming. Luckily, even though my father died, we had some good piece of land, 5 acres. And I started farming that early, Chair. I said,
Which day?
using boom. That's 1987.
Because which one that your father died after 2 weeks or 2 months? So
Yes.
at that time,
He was 44. He was 44, and I started investing when I was 20, when I went to university. My father, therefore, going by my own standards, it means he started investing when he was 24. For me, as when I was at 20. When I went to university, I started farming. My first one, I bought a plot. And that's what I've been doing. If I give you a record of my payslip, and that's when she was talking about this value you share. My payslip is pay fees, buy a plot, develop it. I've been doing that, Jeff. And part of my wealth, I can say I have 5 acres from my parents who were east, and the 3 of them is just a forest. It's not just the trees. Forest, big forest, which have been harvesting and selling to get about.
and this 16 acres in Putimara?
Yes, there are 6 parcels that we buy. At one time, because you have now one park, at one time I was coordinating at Moi University. We were doing very well. The system, because I know that people who may know, the system was such that we have PSSP, private sponsored students fee payment, and I was working. I used to work up to Sunday, and that was, you teach, the hours are recorded, and you have your money. At one time, I would teach for grade 5, 2,500 per hour. And I was not selfish, there were no people who would do some work, and I used to give myself a lot of time to work. And if I'm going to the record, and realize sometimes that I was really earning, not this situation of the university has now failed to pay, and then later I appear like someone who has gift from us. It's money from my bank.
So thank you, Honorable Matari Alhab, Honorable Giron, and Honorable Jemion. Members, we are supposed to wind up our time running out. Honorable Giron.
Chair.
Beyond hazard, please now have your microphone on, please.
Chair, I have had the nominee answering questions about the early childhood education. He is not answering it accordingly. Because the county government is now 10 years old. And he has decided to nurture ECB. Early childhood education. So my opinion, nominee, is that why can we agree with you and do without early childhood education? Because you yourself, you never went to nursery, but you are a BFT holder.
Chair.
Yes,
That is
yes.
Chair, that is there. that is there. 50 years ago, truly. I don't know how many people you could get in a sitting other than in Parliament, putting on ties, putting on shoes. Those who are nearly my age, it was a miracle to have shoes in school and everyone would say, if you put on shoes, you will not over. If a vehicle was hard, the sound of vehicle would say, what you can't repeat it, because you are not seeing it was very different manner. That was then. The times have changed. We need ECPs. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Potemio.
Thank you. I'm just following up on the question that was put by Honorable Makari. The financial net worth of the nominee is 50 million. This one has been accumulated over a period of 32 years. Now, after 5 years, if we checked on your financial net worth, would you be having 54, 52, going by these summaries that we can see? Or you may be having 100 million after 5 years. Then if you get more than 50 million on top of what you have in 5 years, and this one is 32 years of hard service, hard work, you are working even extra time in the universities, teaching the parallel students. Now, do we expect after 5 years, if we checked on your network to have 55 million or 60, or it could be even 200 million?
Yeah, I doubt anything beyond 100, I doubt. But I expect, remember, my network will improve because my children are now getting out of school. I've said I've been accumulating land, which I'm now putting into serious use, farming. I've several plots, which I'm now starting to develop as my children get out of school. So, remember, Chair, I think there will be an improvement, but not the explanation I was talking about, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Seneca. You do the last question and
Thank you, Chair. Chair, from experience, we've seen some CECs favoring areas where they come from. Once they get those positions. I can give an example, like maybe where you come from, then say to allocate maybe 100 slots for scholarship at the expense of other areas. I don't know if we will also do the same, because when you look at the order allocations, we allocate equal amounts to every region. So are we also to allocate the same resources to every region, or we are going to favor your area?
One statement to illustrate that it is a no. I've told the ambassador, I've taught over 10 children, my own nephews and nieces, and when I'm married, I didn't know. Only from the realities at the end that they were in class. I have no time for that. There are guidelines. I'm not chairing the committees that allocate, but I'll be supervising. So I cannot change laws. I cannot.
thank you, nominee, for your first and foremost coming for the committee for vetting. We appreciate your responses. We will release you to go. Your fate hangs in the hands of these committee members while they finish this vetting exercise for the entire list of nominees numbering 9. We'll go report and get the feedback accordingly. So you are free to go, but before we do anything, we need to give us a closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for listening to me. One, I really wish to sincerely appreciate His Excellency the Governor, for nominating me, and quickly therefore ask that Chair, that this board, your committee chair, confirms my request. Thank you, members.
Thank you. You leave at your pleasure, but we are going for some free break. We invite you to join us. We have never been, we never were having such a break. We invite you to join us out there in our tent.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yes, you take a report before we are able to do some introduction. We take a report. So you used to go in.
Of national ID number
3495198.
having been duly nominated to serve as County Executive Committee member of the County Government of BUNGOMA, do hereby solemnly and sincerely swear that the information that I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. And now say,
You proceed and sign your oath before we are able to do the introduction of the 100 papers we have here. Thank you. You'll be using the microphone during the session for you to answer our questions. We will require your original documentation for verification by the panel or the committee members. So, welcome for this vetting process. I'm the chair of the committee, Posituma, Emmanuel, the Speaker of the Assembly. I have a member of the committee. They'll be doing some introduction from the other far end.
Honorable Chair,
Do you all answer please for the board?
I have the answer now. Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Stephen Flomala, and is the representative of the member of this committee.
you, Chair. Honorable Joseph Juma, representing Manakatote, and member of the school team.
Thank you, Chair. My name is John Klo, MC Kapkaten Ward. I'm the Deputy Majority Leader of this County Assembly and the committee, and the member of this committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Andrew Senator, MC Assembly West.
Chair, I'm honorable Evelyn, representing the people of Malakis, Roxanne Crespo Ward, the member of this committee, and also minority deputy leader.
Chair, Honorable Vice Leader, member of this committee, MCA,
Chair, Honorable Masai Francis, member.
Chair, Bongo Barasa, member of this committee.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Makari George, member of the committee, representing this former board.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Grace. I also have the Secretary, the Deputy Clerk, and Legislative. Kindly release your members of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. I'm almost done at the Deputy Clerk of Legislative Services. Can you give from this side?
Honorable Chair, I'm Major Leo, Central Assembly.
Currently, no member of the Vice Leader, member of this
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Alina Saldana, Chief Secretary.
CECMs Communications.
You off your microphone, please. Yes, proceed.
Honorable Chair, I'm Edward Musumba, Legal Counsel.
You off it completely, still on, it's okay.
Chair, my name is Dr. Kabei. I'm Senior Clerk Assistant, Committee Services.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ruth Banana, Senior Clerk Assistant, Administrative Services.
Thank you. That's the committee is going to rate you. We'll have questions from the membership of the committee in turns and expect the joiners from the members of the committee where as we'll be doing the vetting process. So if we ask in a very simple way, who is Herbert Manyaki Kibuchi? In summary.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. My name is Herbert Manyaki Kibuchi. Born and partly raised in Bungoma. I'm from the West. I went to school, first college level, Strathmore College, then went to the U.S. my years education. I did civil engineering, my first degree in civil engineering. I also worked in the U.S. extensively before I came back home. And as I coming back home, we were lucky that we had got a solution. And I came to the county of Bungoma as a chief officer in roads from 2014 to 2018. Thank you.
Are you a senior bachelor? Do you have a family?
Yes, I'm married, happily married, with 5 kids. All my kids are grown, and all of them are working.
Whether you are happily or pain-free married does not matter to us as a committee. So we'll ask you questions. You've been given a chance to serve the assembly in the county government of Bungoma as nominee for tourism, environment, water, and natural resources. Can you just explain in some of this committee the roles of the CEC as per Article 1 in the Constitution of Kenya?
CEC sits on the cabinet, works very closely with the governor to set policies. The CEC is also called upon in the assembly to explain the direction of the ministries. The CEC represents the governor wherever the governor is not there. He is actually equivalent to the cabinet secretary in the national government.
That's all? That's sufficient?
The CEC coordinates work in the ministries and make sure that programs are done according to the laid down or expected as per the wishes of the people of the county through their county assembly.
Honorable Stephen needs to go.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Kikambuchi, Mandela Habat. My question was, you are a professional and you have spent most of your work experience in roads, infrastructure and public works, correct?
Yes.
From the documents before the committee, you duly submitted your application for consideration to the position of CECM in charge of roads, transport and infrastructure and public works, but got nominated to the position of tourism, environment, water and natural resources. How will you integrate your knowledge and wealth of experience in that other area as an engineer to the docket that you have been nominated for?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. In studying engineering, you are given a broad-based information. There are subjects that relate to water, to the environment, waste management, all that is related to civil engineering when you look at the curriculum of civil engineering. When you build a road, as much as I've worked in roads that many years, but when you build a road, you have to incorporate common sense, which when you look at water, environment, all that is affected when you are doing any project. So I think I'm very qualified to work in water, and I understand the problems that we have in this county as far as water is concerned. Bringing water closer to the people will be our aim, and we'll work very closely with the team that I'll be working with. And Mark, most of these departments have experts, and I'll rely on expertise that I'll find in these departments in areas that I might not be quite conversant. So I don't see that being a problem, that I'm going to be in water as opposed to be in roads. And also, the governor must have felt that my skills will help this department. And I'm sure I'm well qualified to make sure that the people of Bungoma get enough water?
You'll have to have it joined up from Honorable Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. The nominee is saying that he will rely on the experts in that department. Suppose, maybe by bad luck, those experts dislike you and then they mislead you. We also mislead the county.
Actually, I'm a team player. I've always been a team player. I'll be very surprised if those experts who are already in the ministries would want to lie to me. And again, being an engineer, you have a broad mind. Right now, what we know is that we don't have enough water for the citizens and the residents of Bungoma. The first thing is to make sure that we look for water sources for our people. The technical part will be, how do we get the water to the people? And I don't see anybody lying to me how to get water to the people.
Yes, next is Honorable George Makari.
Thank you, Chair. Herbert, how are you?
I'm okay.
If I come to the question, allow me to go back a little bit. Your DCI clearance is only showing a receipt. It means you don't have a certificate of good conduct. As we speak.
What happened is when I went in for the certificate of good conduct, I was told to take 3 weeks, and I'll get the notification very soon. But in 2014, when I applied and was considered for chief officer position, I got clearance. I don't see that between 2014 and now.
Excuse me, please. Just answer that simple question. At the moment here, you don't have a certificate of good conduct. As you are here before us. You don't have it.
I don't have it.
That's sufficient.
Thank you.
The rest is for us to decide.
What if, Chair, after we have assessed the nominee and maybe given a clear bill of health, later on the certificate comes and says you have issues, you are not clear by this year.
Wait for them to answer first before we proceed.
Do you see such a situation arise?
I do not.
What currently can this committee have that such a situation will not arise?
You can never give 100% guarantee, but I'll give 99.99%.
All right, how about with the CS of environment in Kenya and the corresponding piece? You are in the environment, okay, as we speak, you are waiting for that. You must be knowing your corresponding counterparts at the national level. And be able to keep us with the CS for environment and the corresponding piece.
I'm not able to give you that right now, but I know the CS for water and I think 91.
The only case we want the specifics covered. So you are not conversant with the current affairs in Kenya.
Actually, it's very current.
But you don't know. It's very current, but you don't know.
No, I don't.
It's okay. Honorable, you have a joiner? It's okay. Kindly, Honorable Judge, hand over before we come back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. I have a agenda here. Mr. Kibongochi has given us referees. In his questionnaire, we have referees. And you know we have names. We can have names like Stephen Wafula, we can have, and they are very many. We can have a name like Joseph Nyongesa and others. Now, you've given referees here. We don't know if these referees are, have the titles, we have institutions where they can be found if we chose to go physically and visit them so that we can ask something about you. Because when you look at it, it's just Dennis New, you don't know who Dennis New is, Moses Wafula, you don't know who Moses Wafula is, Patrick Kisia. Yeah. Kindly, can you maybe try to elaborate on this?
Yeah. Dennis Mio, I worked with him in roads, and the question was, somebody who knows about my work. He's here. I've done some consulting work with him. And Moses Wafula is a friend who understands me.
What we are asking, if you were to make a reference and make a follow-up, where would you be able to get these people?
I included their numbers.
You can have the number of your wife or your friends. It's not sufficient enough for us.
I can definitely expand on that. I'm sorry about that mistake, but the space that I was given could not have allowed me to expand further than that. That's why I just put the numbers, but I can definitely...
But I've seen in your numbering there's enough space. If Dennis, we have seen Dennis Roads, BUNGOMA County Department of Roads, Moses Road Officer, Governor's Office.
I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. Go back to Manchester. We'll discuss that issue because what you are doing here, engineer, that you are referring us, that we go and ask you a junior, your subordinate to be a referee.
The questionnaire asked somebody who knows about my work and my character. So, there's the reason I did not put my senior as my referee or my former senior.
Because they know you more than your juniors.
I would want to disagree for this particular senior.
It's okay. On the majority mechanic proceed.
Speaker,
Yes, and
over the same questionnaire, you look at the position applied for. Which position did you apply for?
CECM, water, environment, natural resources.
In your questionnaire, you have said the position or whatever you applied for or nominated for is county executive committee member. You have not been specific. You need to specify that you are there for water and the environment and those others. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, over the same questionnaire, look at the number 15. Number 15 in the questionnaire. Employment record. In 2014 to 2018, you are working in the county government of BUNGOMA. And at the same time, you are also working as, from 2016 to 2017, you are working in the National Construction Authority, meaning you are doing two jobs at the same time. Then on 16, number 16, the honors and awards. Number 1, look at number 1. You are awarded excellence in transportation. So you may want to tell us what that means, transportation. Then on conflict of interest, number 26, there's a word that you have used which you may want to explain to the committee. B. In fact, it is even there in A.
you are saying, I will remove myself from playing a role. So how will you remove yourself? Then on the names of your names are vary. In your CPE, your name was Herbert Wanjala. Look at your CPE. When you went to the other levels, the name started mutating. Now became Herbert Wanjala Kipukuchi. So I don't know where this other foreign name is coming from. Because we know you from the beginning, you are Herbert Wanjala. But as you proceed, you go to East African examination, you now become Herbert Wanjala Kipukuchi, and as you proceed to other levels. You have an affidavit that can tell us you are the same person.
Kindly use the microphone.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. The first question was on number 15. I work for Bungoma County. I was also at the same time teaching part-time National Construction Authority. It was a part-time job. I didn't interfere with my work because we used to teach maybe once or twice a year. And it was very related to what I was doing in the county because National Construction Authority trains contractors on how to do their work. So whatever I was doing there was once or twice a year, and it used to be weekends most of the time. And that's why I listed it from 2016 to 2017. Excellence in transportation, that was a mistake. When I was writing this down, it's supposed to be transportation, not transportation. Accomplishment, teamwork, perseverance, and excellence.
Honorable, be on hazard because you are whispering.
County Executive Committee member. I think I ran out of space, but I didn't sorry about that. I think my items are
Are you arranging there was no more space for you to write?
No, there is. I can finish to write.
The court gets serious with us. We are not going to joke around the way you're behaving. The court gets serious from the way you're behaving. The court gets serious. 6, A and B.
Number 26, I say I do not foresee potential conflicts of interest. If they happen to occur, I will remove myself from playing any role in that situation so that that conflict does not occur. Number B, I say if I feel there might be a conflict, I will seek legal advice before I remove myself. Where in doubt, I will seek legal advice.
So we go back on the Komatari, you will see it done.
Teacher, we wanted to do away with the questionnaire.
The questionnaire, it's okay, proceed on the Komakongo. Power has gone again, so.
The chair I'm looking at you.
Page?
That was this. You can't even.
How about get serious with us? You are saying pro bono, charity work, donation church, fundraising, you've done nothing. Since 2057 up now.
I have done.
So why can't you join us here?
The question would have been, where have you left?
This is a question. Don't frame questions for us here. Don't. Honorable Senator.
Yeah, I'm looking at research collaboration form. One for ECC, page 5. That is employment information. Name of employer, regulation. Which one? I didn't get that.
Yes.
65, page 5, page 5.
The last page.
You have your ESC form.
The last page.
Your declaration form. Let me show you the form. Page number 5 of page 6. I think particulars of employment. Are you getting it? Yes, are we waiting some already appointed? Or we are waiting a nominee?
What they asked here was why I was filling this, so I can put that information there. The reason I was filling this form.
Look at the second page, second date of first appointment.
I see that mistake.
You've already been appointed and sworn in, so why are you coming before us here?
That one was a mistake.
So that means we are making mistake. We'll go back on the senators to finish.
Thank you. Yeah. Engineer, as you are aware, that a lot of encroachment and areas which have always been reserved as the water management areas. We've seen a lot of deforestation in Mangalore and other areas perceived with water management areas, thereby interfering with the ecosystem. From this, how can I develop land use practices that conserve the ecosystem and enhance local economies and economic companies? Do you approve of regional awareness programs so they explain ways in which such programs can be implemented?
What we would like to do, Mount Elgon being one of the water towers in Kenya, and we are lucky to have it, is we should look for a way, and our being in the cabinet, I'll propose and push for looking for a way of us fencing that area so that people don't encroach, and there is a lot of encroachment there. Trees have been cut. We want to replant and make sure that it's not just replanting, but making sure that we take care of them, because most of the times we would plant, but we will not take care of the trees. Such that as we stand back, we find out that all the trees that we planted have died. So we make an effort and make sure that the trees are replanted and they are maintained, so that our ecosystem can go back to where it was, or even better than what it was. It will be the effort from my office to make sure that that is done.
Are you aware that we have the climate change bill?
I am aware of that.
It has conservation of the system.
In fact, looking at the budgets right now, the budgets of these 4 ministries or departments, that will really help immediately, because monies think that is where we are going to start. And that will attract more funders to come on board with us once they see what we are doing on the ground.
So I'll go back from the judge. You are cut short. You went to interjections. Things will be able to ask your question.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was there. I'll come back to your network before I ask my last question. You are worth 341,700,000. Rent only you pocket 14.2 million per year. If you can give us an overview of how you have built this over time.
Most of my money of the net worth is in rental units. When I was working in the US, I invested at home quite heavily because I knew I would come back home. Most of the rental income you see there is our house in the US. But we also have a loan on that house. If you go further down, you find out that we owe almost half of what the value of that house is. So most of that money pays the mortgage in the US. So I don't even see that money. It comes out and it pays the mortgage. Now, we get some rents out of it because we are renting that house, but not as much as what we use. Those figures, I converted them into Kenyan shillings. You know, the dollar is so high. It looks like I'm worth so much in Kenya, but more, that is property in the US.
How have you been able to build it over time to 341 million for the duration you have worked? I don't know from which.
I started working in 1985, and almost half of my pay I sent home and bought property. Secondly, when my mom passed away, we inherited quite something. One half of working very hard for us. But most of that is from my investments, and I've really invested in rental houses.
All right, let me come back to my question, Speaker. Now, while serving as Chief Officer for Roads, Infrastructure and Public Works, you've indicated that you provided strategic policy direction for effective service delivery and participated in the formulation of the following policies. 1, machine line policy. 2, debt financing policy. 3, project management policy. 4, roads and public transport policy. Now, what fresh ideas will you spearhead in terms of policy direction in the new department that you have been proposed to? If you have not gotten me, I can repeat engineer.
Most of those policies, when I left in 2018, were draft policies. I don't know how far they have gone. But when I get to water, there's quite a few things that I've thought of since I was nominated for this water position. One, how do we get water at the lowest cost possible? There will be policies that will generate as we look at how to get water. How do we maintain that water? For example, right now, you have problems with old infrastructure in water, where pipes break every now and then. How do we make sure that we have policies that will help us, once we put this in place, that we will be able to have water at all times? Cleaning our towns and our neighborhoods, we have to have a policy on that, because we can't just work blind. For example, what do we want the residents or the citizens of BUNGOMA to do in return to help us clean our environment? So there will be so many things to work on to make sure we are at the right place in the next 5 years. I understand we have watering in the department. How is that watering being used? Can we, at the same time as we are drilling water for people, can we also do outside work? Those are some of the things we are going to look at to expand our quantity of water so that our people can enjoy and can have better life because water is life. I have ideas. I have many ideas. But because we are going to work as a team, we'll sit down and discuss those ideas. The ideas that you are going to see them in this assembly as policy papers, suggestions, bills, whatever it may be. But we are going to be very busy. One, we also want to get more water from hotels. How do we do that? We are going to look at many avenues of getting more water from hotels. And there is water. The only thing is we want to use gravity. How do we do that? So we are going to be looking at all those ways and methods. And we have to then put them in policy form so that everybody understands the direction we're taking.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe this nomination will be able to help us understand. One, this training is majorly in issues to do with roads engineering. Now, he has been nominated in the Department of Water. Engineer. Now, how are you going to behave from a roads engineer to water? Are you comfortable?
I'm very comfortable. I'm very, very comfortable. I adapt very easily. I'm very comfortable. I think this is an opportunity for us in Bungoma to shine. Because right now, water in Bungoma, we only have about 9% of the population getting water. I want to assure the Bungoma people, my people, that by the time 5 years come, we should be close to 50%. And I have very good ideas. I have very good ideas. I can mention some here if you can allow me.
You are allowed.
Okay. I would like to see us go the private-public participation way with water. We'll need about 11 dams, small dams, along the Mount Elgon end. And it won't be very expensive, by the way. Whoever will come in to work with us, of course the county has to contribute something. It won't be much. They will really need land. And that's it. The infrastructure can be provided by whoever will invest. Water from Mount Elgon will flow by gravity, and everybody will get water. Along the way from Mount Elgon, all the way down here. We could even reach a point whereby we send some of this water to Busia and maybe Kakamega. I don't want us to look at it that way, because then it becomes political. Right now, the reason that we are having problems with water in Bungoma is because of the cost of pumping water from River Nzoia. We actually pump twice, and cost of treating that water. Water from Mount Elgon is cleaner, cost of treatment will be low, and it will flow by gravity. There are people out there who have money. If you can calculate that water can be given to, say, 100 households, somebody will recover their money in less than 20 years and make a profit. What we want is water for our people. Our immediately go that direction. And I can assure this honorable house that if we did that in the next 5 years, people will remember us the rest of the time. That will also help us solve very many other problems that we have right now.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Joseph.
But yeah, that was just maybe a long plan. Maybe the immediate plans. Maybe in a year.
The immediate plans.
Because we should talk about the short term and long term plans.
The immediate plan.
Hygiene plans for people, we need water. So the hygiene plans.
There are immediate plans, and we can have immediate plans. In the next 1-2 years, like I say, we have a rig now that will drill water. We'll make sure that in every year that we have one drill borehole award. We also have Kifingo that did a lot of work in the 80s and 90s. Some of those boreholes are out there, they have been forgotten. We want to look and see where those boreholes are, and if we can rejuvenate them and start getting water from them. We also want to work very closely with Nzoasco to see if, and in talking to them, there is no money. There's no money because of the cost of pumping water to BUNGOMA town. But we actually need to invest some money in renovating the piping that we have right now, and that's where most of the money is going. So instead of waiting to repair, we want to lay new pipes, if we can. So we'll work very closely with Nzoasco. I understand Transoria is going to pull out, but again, it will end up being our problem in BUNGOMA. And we in BUNGOMA must look for solutions for ourselves. So immediately, we'll have to start looking at what we have. How many boreholes can we drill? How much piping can we repair or install? While we work on the big plan. The Koreans have brought water very close here. In fact, 8 kilometers from Sikata. We should also look at that, how we can get that water closer. And if we can bring it to BUNGOMA, although it will not be enough, we do that. There's another line that is coming from Chwele Way, and we can also look at that comes closer to Kibabi University, and we want to also look at that. That will be in the immediate, but for sure, we need to do more to get our people drinking water. And I'm sure if we do that, nobody will.
Thank you, Chair. But mostly, Chair, most of our citizens normally work based on leisure towns. But you see in our villages, they concentrate less. So we have existing water springs. What new ideas will you bring on board to improve on those existing springs?
What I understand with water springs, most of them have been rehabilitated. We need to go back and maintain them. Those ones that were rehabilitated and have been damaged for one way or the other, we'll go back and repair them. But I understand most of those water springs were rehabilitated. But we'll do more.
Thank you, Honorable Grace. Before Grace, I think it's Kiromo, right? Wait, that's Honorable Kiromo. Then I'll go to Grace.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask the nominee, how are you going to manage conflicts on water service delivery between Zoya Water Company Limited and the residents of Jessica and Tere?
I completely don't know that there is an issue there. But like I said earlier, I'm a team player. I bring people together. Immediately we'll talk to Nzoasco the locals in Kiskaki and see what the problem is. I don't see that we can resolve the issue or whatever issue is there. I think we will be able to resolve it.
So you are confirming why you think you're not aware of any conflict before of Kiskaki and the Remy with Zoya water company? You're not aware of it?
Not specifically aware of the
about the sharing of water. What happens here? We get water from Kiskaki, the Remy, and the locals don't get any water. Pipes just pass their land towards now the area of Milani, Bokoli, Matisi.
I know of that general problem I've had, that we get water from the mountains and the locals don't get water. With Zoasco, we'll work very closely to make sure that the locals get water. But the solution that I had outlined of doing a PPP, those will be conditions with that solution. That the people who are closer to the source will benefit first before anybody else benefits. So that will be taken care of. The specific issues on the ground, I do not know exactly, but I know that people have complained why water leaves their area and they don't benefit. The extent of that problem, I would work on it pretty much day one.
So we have a agenda from Honorable Chairman.
Chair, apart from people from Kiskaki and not getting water, the amount that is paid to Zoasco is also another issue. They are charging a lot of money, and I don't know, with the new direction that the CEC is talking about, the private partnership program, the cost of 150 meter of water would go very high. I don't know if the residents will be able to afford. So we have that issue. How are you going to bring other stakeholders on play? Because we have the county government of BUNGOMA, we have other water bodies, other like WASREM, like Victoria North. Are you going to bring them on board so that we solve this conflict? Because it is a very big problem in those two areas that have been mentioned.
Yes, everybody will be on board, by the way. And there will be concessions. When you write these contracts or agreements, and if, may I just go back on the issue of PPP, if you just calculate using, say, 500 shillings per month, that our people will pay down here now in the big towns, Kokuye, BUNGOMA, Kibiriri, and whatever, at 500 shillings a month, the companies or the investors should be able to recover their money within 11 to 12 years and start making a profit. And most of these PPPs are written for 25 years. So because they will recover their money much faster, you can write in the agreement that the people where the source is should pay minimum or none. That will be right at the gateway. It's us down here who will continue with the rates we've been paying or even lower, a little bit lower, because now you have cut out the costs of pumping. You have cut out the cost of treatment. Because when you look at water from River Zoya, it must be treated much more than if you get the water directly from mountains. So cutting out those costs will allow us to pass the savings to our people. And even more, allow us to give certain people along the way even free water. And I think that is the way to cover the biggest area. And you can see if you have one line coming through, say, Kampuyo to Webuye, another line coming through to the Isiko. You know, you are almost covering everybody as you come down the hill. The people who will not benefit from that will give them more boreholes. And we'll look at other avenues to make sure they get water. Then springs and all that. We'll incorporate all these ways so that we get as many people drinking water as possible. But for me, that is the way to go.
It's okay, Honorable Grace.
Thank you, Chair. Just a agenda. There is always an agreement between the Ministry of Water, Roads, and Resources about the affected water pipes during the deployment of roads. Now, how will you handle this, so that it cannot be blamed games among the two ministries and the development?
The right way when you are developing a project, any project, is that you bring all stakeholders on board. I think the mistake we make is you develop a project, you start doing it, you run into a pipe, is when you run to Zoasco. The way it should be, Zoasco should get the plans, and they should then point out that you are going to interfere with our enforcement. What are you going to do? Have you included monies to repair in case? What I will do is make sure that as we sit in cabinet, the cabinet member from roads and public works understand that we should be brought on board whenever they have a project. And when they bring us on board water, we'll definitely walk along with us because we are partners in this. And I understand that I'll be sitting on the board. That means I'll know what is happening in the county. And with so doing, I think we can cut out some of these disagreements that have been there before and all that stuff.
Says one of the Vitalis. Grace, will you kindly hand over the mic?
Thank you, Chair. Some few years ago, there was a domain in this county about the BUNGOMA, the only flagship project that BUNGOMA had was a dam site. And from there, the matter was brought in this particular house, whereby the county assembly approved the and recommended that we direct the department to make sure that every sub-county to have its own dam site. And because all this was being dumped in one other dam site, which is in the other sub-county. How do you ensure every sub-county in this county gets its own dam site?
Thank you very much for that question. We must move towards each sub-county getting its own dam site. Now, there's a cost element related to that. Initially, I think we might divide, or we will divide our county into 3 or 4 regions as we expand to make sure that all the 9 sub-counties have their own dam site. I agree with you that it's so unfair that trash is carried from Tongaren to Bomola. That cost element should allow us to look for a local dam site in Tongaren. So we will start by getting 3 or 4 dam sites and eventually get each sub-county to have its own dam site. It doesn't make sense that my trash in Webuye ends up in Bomola. So we'll make sure that we move that direction. To also cut the cost. When you look at the truck or lorry that carries this trash, say from Webuye to maybe by the time that trash reaches Bungola, half of it has been blown away by wind. So yes, we have carried trash, but we have left most of it on the road. So we have not really done much. We have not really helped our environment as much, because then we have to again send people to clean up that trash. So it just makes sense that trash should be thrown closest to the source where that trash was. So I work very closely. The unfortunate thing is when we look at the budgets don't give us any breathing room to purchase land and have it outside the state. So we have to look at other ways of getting money, and I'm sure with the help of this house.
From your early explanation, the transport cost of the trash from Tongaren, Webuye, and Elgon community to Mwanda, we have information that basically every month, the county government pays the contractor for transporting that trash 17 million per month. Okay? Now, if you can get even 1 million or 1.5, buy land in Webuye, buy land in community, will we be saving the transport cost of this trash or even the airport for that purpose?
And yes, Chair, I want to agree with you. Those are some of the things when I get to the office, I have to start looking at them immediately. What savings can we get when we cut down on the transport cost? And can we start establishing dump sites around the county? Yes, I'm going to look at that immediately. I get to the office.
Chair, lastly, I would like to know that we hired you because we have been taking some new ideas and technology changing. What plan do you have to make sure that this wastage in the dump sites can make you something that people can even have some living people around those dump sites?
The way we have to go, and we need to start educating and letting our people know, is separation of our trash. Making sure that the bottles, the plastic bottles, are not heaped together with other trash that we are going to throw away. Because some of this trash could be used as manure if it's separated. And we need to go that direction of educating people that we should not just throw everything together. It's going to take time because we are used to the easy way of throwing trash in one place. We should also come up with policies where some of our business people buy trash cans so that people can leave their trash there instead of throwing it all over the place. And then somebody else coming and picking it up. That can be written in some of their licenses that we give our business people. Because it's a cost to pick that trash. If we can convince our business people to have a trash can in front of their business so that people leave their trash there, it will cut down on the amount of trash that we throw out. So separation, recycling will be something that we want to start working on today.
Thank you. Honorable Muhongo.
Honorable Speaker, my question that I wanted to ask is similar with what my brother has just asked.
Yes, please proceed.
But I'm not really convinced by the nominee because you have been vetted for this position. And you understand so well that the department has been underfunded. Even we have understaffed the same department. And we are vetting you. You will sit on that chair with a candidate. Tell us, convince us how you will convince the executive, that is the governor now, to put money in the same kit. Because we are also collecting revenue from our big markets. And some of the reasons why they are boycotting now and then is because of this solid management. How are you going to assist us as Brazil? Finally, Honorable Speaker, because I don't want to ask my
framed so many questions. I have looked at your DCI clearance certificate, and you know this was a requirement. I want you to condense this panel in the absence of the original certificate. What do you want us to do? Because it was a requirement. And if you miss one, you know what it means. So I think you need to tell us, as a panel, what assurance are you giving us to support this document? Thank you, Chair.
As you are doing so, engineer, from your file, you know you applied for this job way back on 1st of September before the government was sworn in. So you are expecting some employment. Why you are very keen to apply early enough, you didn't even have them to apply for your good conduct early enough to have certificate given to you.
When the governor announced the appointees, I was not in the country that time. When I came back, I immediately went and took my fingerprints, and I was told it would be 3 weeks. Yes, it's true, I applied for this position very much earlier, or a position in the cabinet, not this particular one, very much earlier. But you know, these positions are very competitive. I didn't want to sound or look like I already have a leg in. So I applied and I waited to see whether I would be the lucky one or I would be one of the lucky ones. But I can almost assure you that since the last time that I did or went through these exercises, unless in my dreams, I don't think I've done anything that the DCI will find.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Joseph, yes, sir.
You know, the nominee in his questionnaire, in fact, he said that he was coordinating the campaigns of His Excellency the Governor. Now he's saying during that time he was away outside the country. So were you coordinating while away or coordinating while in?
No, what happened is we finished the elections and I went to rest. And then I was nominated and I said, thank you, Jesus. I then back to started my
Yeah, when he was applying on 2nd of September, was he not aware that he needs to have the employment? Because he was applying in the Ministry of Roads and Public Works. Were you not aware that these are the requirements that should be needed? Or you applied while you were away?
No, I applied. In fact, I sent in my application before I left. But again, like I said, I didn't want to be overconfident. You are all over the place looking for paperwork and you don't have a job. Then if you don't get it, it's worse than waiting until someone tells you now, I think you might have a job. But I should have thought a little bit ahead, but I didn't want to be overconfident that I was sure. Yes, I helped in the campaigns, but not everybody who helped in the campaigns has been rewarded or has gotten anything.
Even today you are not so sure if maybe you will be given.
If you are looking at performance, you have the person here.
No, your faith lies in the hand this committee's hands. Your faith lies with us here. Whether you be given or not, we'll make that determination ourselves.
I'm sorry about that.
By making proper recommendation, if need be, on the positivity.
Honorable Speaker,
yes.
The nominee is explaining himself that he didn't want to be overconfident. But in the process of applying for any position in this country, because he's a citizen of Kenya, he knows the requirements before you apply, you have to apply the requirements that you have to do. Just like when you look here, the chapter 6, why did you get the chapter 6 done, yet you are not confident? Yet you didn't want to exhibit maybe confidence that is over Yet, the other one, you cannot, but the chapter 6 one, you are able to find here.
Mheshimiwa, some of those clearances were taking a day or two. Some of them are online. The only one, and I was actually surprised, the only one was the DCI one. When I went to take my fingerprint, I was told you have to wait for 3 weeks. I actually thought it would be just as fast as the other ones. I didn't know that it would take that long. But the 3 weeks are almost over. I think in another week or so, I will have gone.
Did you read our advertisements inviting you for the waiting?
Yes, yes.
That you carry all your original testimonials plus chapter 6 compliances.
Yes, and I carried everything.
Except the certificate of good conduct, not a receipt. We have done that.
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Kembu.
Thank you, Chair. The last one, exhausted the questions, but I want this department has a number of unfinished projects. I remember I was in the last election. This is the department whereby all of the members were releasing statements that there were no responses. And you can remember what happened with the former chief, former CEC. In that scenario, how will you ensure certain projects are completed? Thank you.
One, I work very closely with the committee. Very, very closely. Two, I now know the system after having worked as a chief officer. I think I understand what is required. And if there are any promises I've made, I can only promise what I can deliver. If I can't deliver, I will not promise. Maybe, and I don't want to compare myself with the person who was there. He did the best he could. Maybe he did not manage to work very closely with YHP. But for me, believe me, that issue will not be there. If I can't, I say I cannot. But I am sure I am up to task. That one I can assure you. People who have worked with me before understand. I can. I will.
Thank you. Before I allow you, Honorable Senator, to come in, are you aware that in Bungoma we have so many other dams around it? We have one Makemo Dam, one Masaka here, one is Simoti. And have become death traps for young children, school going, who doing racing at the swamp areas. Which plans do you have to safeguard those areas from being death traps for children?
We just have to look for ways to fence those areas. And some of these dams are what you can call man-made, made by us ourselves. For example, we mine gravel and we leave it open. It becomes a dam and it becomes dangerous to our kids and children. I think we have to work with the leadership, the local leadership, to make sure that we either fence these areas or we look for a good way to keep people away. And more so, for people who dig some of these areas and leave them open, we'll work very closely with the roads department to make sure that when they give out a contract, that there's something in the contract that those areas must be backfilled before they leave. So we have to work together to make sure that we safeguard our children. But the big dams, I think we need to secure them by fence because yes, they're dangerous.
It's okay, Honorable Senator.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we have several projects that have been done in our respective boards. The challenges we are having is management. We find that some of them have been vandalized for political reasons. And this is that fair side. What measures
think of some of the things that will be vandalized. For example, meters, water meters. Now I'm talking water. We have to work with our local leaders. Most of them, village administrators, what I mean, and even the enforcement. We also want to educate our people because there is no need of enforcing, and people don't understand that some of these items cost our taxes or taxpayers' money. So we need to inform and address and teach our people that they should not vandalize it. But we must also use enforcement. That's where we need to write some laws, because you cannot arrest somebody when you don't have a law that says you should not be doing this. So as we go forward, we need to write laws where they are punitive. To some extent, when somebody damages or steals something, they should be punished for that. But I see that we should use our enforcement in many ways, not just use them to give tickets for parking, but they should also help us to protect what we have invested in.
Yes, lastly from Honorable Temio.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions. Question one, we have very many benefits out there. Well, trade on water issues. What plan do we have for them? Secondly, we are very much on water. This docket comprises of tourism and the environment. Say something about tourism. What plan do you have for tourism in this country?
About our graduates, yes, we have very many people who are qualified. And what we want to do, because I will be in the cabinet, some of these things we need to discuss in the cabinet. It will just not be my ministry that will have to worry about our graduates, but as a county, what do we do about our graduates? I believe what we want to do is have these graduates attached to some of our businesses so that they can learn. If those businesses can agree to give them something small, we won't call it a salary, but an allowance of some sort, so that they can learn. And we have very many projects. In water, we will have projects. In road, we will have projects. We will have projects across the board. If every contractor can hire training purposes 2 or 3 people, will go a long way in harnessing some of our graduates and making sure that they learn the skills that they do. So I'll go that way. And I'll make sure that all of us work together in the cabinet to make sure that we don't leave our young people behind. As far as tourism, tourism can be very good, can bring a lot of money to us. But most of the sites that we have in the county, we don't even own them. They are either like Chetambe, understand that is not even our site. It belongs to somebody else. So in the first place, we want to make sure that we acquire these sites and we protect them. But more so, we want to work very closely with our hospitality industry to make sure that the hotels that they have higher standards, so that as people come from out, they can remember to come back. So in the tourism, understand there isn't much other than promotions of our sites, and we have to do a good job, but you can't promote what is not yours. So we want to make sure that we acquire these sites so that we can promote them. Then work with other stakeholders to make sure that when visitors come, they are comfortable. Environment, I think we have talked about environment quite a bit. Trash picking and all that. But recycling would be one of the solutions to safeguard our environment. Now that you know that the environment has changed quite a bit, the world is warmer and rains don't come on time, and we have to help that. The only way we can do that is by greening, that means planting more trees. I would suggest that as we help our farmers, that we also direct our farmers to plant fruit trees instead of just planting trees. Because we can kill two birds with one stone. And right now, most people, in fact, when you look at other counties, Nyandarua, Kirinyaga, and then they are going more on avocado because it's green gold. So we also want to tell our people that we'll help you through agriculture. As we give them seeds and whatever, we will actually give them seeds of trees. But they cannot just be any trees, they should be fruit trees. That will help our environment. Hopefully the greening will change this climate issue that we have. And we need to be the leaders too. Because the president was talking about 15 billion trees. And 15 billion trees, when you divide by 47 counties, you have a lot of trees. He could not have mentioned that if he didn't know that there's money coming from somewhere. So we need to place ourselves in the right place as this money comes in from maybe the UN, maybe the European Union.
That is okay, engineer. We have the last question from Honorable.
Assembly Chair. No, we have drilled a lot of the water, but the Honorable Chair is that we are having this game park within our county. The section of it is in Trans Nzoia, the section of it is in BUNGOMA, but mostly the beneficiaries are the people from Trans Nzoia because they have structures, while at least in BUNGOMA there are no structures. So in terms of revenue, we are losing it to Trans Nzoia. What plans will you put in place so that at least as BUNGOMA County we also benefit from that game park?
We can only get benefit from that game park if we also have good roads leading to the game park. While in office, we actually marammed the road to Jepitali. I don't know how it is right now. But we need to open up the lower side, which is Kapsakwani, to the game park. We want to make sure that those roads are passable. Once the roads are passable, then we can also try to capture some of these tourists, local tourists that want to go to the mountain. Yes, it's true, Trans Nzoia has done a fairly good job, but it's not too late. I think we can manage to do it, and what I was thinking is Kakamega is trying to fence Manawa Forest. We find out where they're getting money. We also try to fence the forest up in mountains, because we need to do that. We need to protect that water tower, and we need to protect the forest, so that we can now use the forest to bring in revenue.
Thank you. As we are winding up, engineer, in our new standing orders now we have a provision that you as a CCM will be appearing here to answer questions from the honorable members during the question hour. You can be given the slot, you sit somewhere, and you answer questions from us. If summoned, all advice will be appearing.
Yes, I'll appear anytime that I'm summoned. And maybe some answers might not be good, but I will bring whatever I have when I'm summoned. Thank you.
It's okay. I think to that extent we ask that you give us a closing remarks to release you as your fate lies in our hands. Your closing remarks, please.
I want to thank the honorable members, the chair, for giving me this opportunity you my experience, but also share with you my vision. I know that my paperwork might not have been the best. I want to say I'm sorry. Sometimes this hand, you wanted to write one thing and it writes something else. So I'm sorry about that. I promise that if given this opportunity, I'll not let down people of BUNGOMA. I'll not let down this house. I'll not let down my governor. And in 5 years, I think you'll be happy with our performance as a ministry or as several departments. I know what it takes. The only thing that is lacking in that equation is money. I want to look for ways that we can get money other than relying on the county budgets. I know they are tight, but I know there are friends out there who want to see our environments change. So when you see me in Nairobi talking to myself on the street, I'll be wondering, where do we get money to solve?
Why don't you go street?
Because investors most probably might be coming from that fund.
Not even go.
I don't want to say no.
So when you wish you well, go away. Thank you. And don't forget that your ID and your regulations, please.
Having been duly nominated to serve as County Executive Committee member.
Having been duly nominated to serve as the County Executive Committee member
Of the County Government of BUNGOMA.
of the County Government of BUNGOMA.
Do hereby solemnly and sincerely swear.
Do hereby solemnly and sincerely swear
That the information that I shall give before this committee.
that the information I shall give before this committee
Shall be the truth.
shall be the truth,
The whole truth.
the whole truth,
And nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. You can sit and sign your oath before we start the CECMs program. So, Madam, welcome for today's vetting process. I'm the chair of the committee on appointment on the Constitution, Emmanuel. I have all the members with us here of the committee. They'll have some self-introduction. Yes, you start from the Stephen, you go around.
Chair, my name is Stephen Afloma, member of this committee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Honorable Joseph Kazajuma, member of this committee.
Chair, my name is Joan, member of this committee.
Yeah, my name is President Senator, member of this committee.
Chair, naitwa Mshukaila Mitiano, mwandishi wa Zanzibar Reservoir member.
Chairman, thank you for that.
Honorable Francis Chirigan Masai, member.
Mkogo Barasa, wanachama wa hii kamati.
carried the oath was CECM, the member of the committee representing BUNGOMA.
Before we proceed, we require your documentations to verify whether we have the real Caroline Masquerator before us here, plus your national ID card. We give it to the officers that are taken around for verification purposes. People that have the secretariat here and have asked my deputy clerk to introduce maybe the people in the secretariat.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Mamos Leona, the Deputy Clerk of the State. Let me introduce myself from the
Honorable Chair, I'm Elijah Olera, Sergeant Sam, Member of the Secretariat.
Chair, I'm Caroline Romano, Deputy Council Editor and Member of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, Chief Secretary.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Chair, Edward Musumba, I'm legal counsel.
Chair, my name is Dr. Kabe. I'm Senior Clerk Assistant for Police Services.
Yes. If you transfer the microphone, yes.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ruth Vanami, Senior Clerk Assistant to the State Member of the Secretariat.
Thank you. So we'll ask you some particulars so that we are able to start. We just want to have a summary of who is Caroline Halai Makari so that we are able to start the exercise accordingly. You are ready to go? Use the microphone.
Thank you, Chair.
You're loud enough, you are answered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. My name is Caroline Halai Makari.
I was born and bred in Nangiri village, Eluyabwake ward, Kabuchai constituency. I attended my primary school from Nangiri Primary School, but later finished at Nzoia Sugar Company Primary School. I joined St. Cecilia Girls Nesiku High School and completed my secondary education in the year 2005. After that, having lost both my parents, I took myself the liberty to come to this town. I looked around for a college and I enrolled myself at BUNGOMA College of Technology, where I did a certificate in supplies management, and later I did a diploma in business management. In the year 2007, with my attachment at the Chwele District Commissioner's Office, I was attached in the procurement office, and later I was employed on casual basis by the Office of the District Development Officer. A few years later, Chairman, honorable members, I worked with a consultant firm called Tashat Consulting Engineers. It was based at the District Water Office in Chwele. We took care of the Nakawinja Water Project, and after a few years, after the contract had lapsed, I also got employment with the Kenya Taxpayers Association on contract basis, where we carried out some research work in primary schools in that constituency. In the year 2014, I found a job with Kabuchai CDF, where I worked as a records officer for a contract of 5 years, after which I worked as the accountant. And that's my employment journey, Mr. Chairman.
You know, you're yet to finish. I would have that you did a degree from anywhere, and the qualifications here that you must have a degree.
I'm sorry, Chairman. After I completed my diploma, I felt that I needed to go back to class. And after I was employed at the CDF, I started my evening classes with Kibabi. By then, the Kibabi Constituent College. It was a Constituent College of
Masinde Muliro. I did a diploma for a year. I graduated in the year 2015. And after that, I started my degree program. I did a BCom in accounting. And I graduated in the year 2018. I've also done a professional course in CPA. I'm a CPA at CPA advanced level.
Which stage? Which is advanced?
That is part 3, section 5 and 6.
No, you're either in section 5 or 6. You can't be both.
The CPA syllabus was changed, and so section 5 and 6 is under advanced level.
So you've done section 5?
I've done section 5. I have a paper that I'm yet to do, and I have another paper I'm yet to do in section 6.
So you are done CPA by 3, section 6, section 5, up that level?
Yes, sir.
It's okay. Now, from the list I got from the governor's office, you are a nominee for the Department of Industry. Okay?
Yes.
Headed French.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance of looking at your roles in the Constitution? Very specific, Article 183 of the Constitution. Do you have a chance to look at them?
Yes, Chairman.
What are your roles as a CEC member to the Cabinet?
One of my role as the CEC member for Trade, Industry and Energy, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, it is to develop policies, plans and budgets, and carry out administrative functions that will help with the service delivery to our Wananchi, furnish the county assembly with the regular reports about matters happening in the department.
You are done?
Yes, sir.
No? These are only 2. Look at that article talks for more than 5, 6, 7, 8. I want it.
There's also the legislation matter, formulation of plans and policies, administration of my department, and any other functions conferred to me by the governor and the county assembly.
It's okay, I'll go to the next honorable member to ask you. Yes, Honorable Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad I've been working with CECM as an accountant. And now I've been appointed and nominated as a nominee in Trade, Energy and Industrialization. When you got the appointment, you felt somehow happy. My question is, currently, if you could tell us the existing policies in the department and the new ideas you are coming with on board so that at least you can go with that department.
Thank you, honorable member. Some of the policies existing in my department are: 1, the trade loan policies. We have the industrialization policy. We have the energy bill. And when I come on board in that department, I want to look at the existing policies. Some of them were developed, but they haven't been implemented. So we are going to review those policies with other stakeholders, with the other technocrats in the ministry, so that we present them to the governor and the county assembly for implementation.
Maybe like which one that you intend to review?
Like the trade loan. As we are all aware, the trade loan has not been going on in our county. So when approved at the CS, I'll review that policy so that we roll out financial assistance to
Just
our
to
traders.
correct, will approve you if possible as a CCA, not a CS. CS roll call, people that are still please.
The apologies, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, number 3 on the line is Honorable Stevie, then I'll go to Honorable Grace.
Thank you, Chair. The nominee, Carol, your CV details are very lean. Your CV details are very lean. Very lean work experience, and contrary to section 35, subsection 3D of the County Government Act 2012 regarding relevant skills and knowledge to portfolio of the department where you are seeking a mandate in the role of CEC. How do you intend to match your skills into practice as you discharge your duties and assist His Excellency the Governor to realize the elements outlined in his manifesto under the Trade, Energy and Industrialization Document?
Thank you, Honorable Member. CEC roles are big roles. I acknowledge that I've not served in such capacities, but I've done similar works. I know that with team building, capacity trade development, I'm able to handle those roles. And
but Honorable Chair, maybe just interjection a little. You know, when the nominee says that she's done similar roles, which are the evidential? Can we have ascertained that indeed you've done similar roles before this committee, because we are pronouncing yourself a committee and you're off. Now, can you prove that indeed you've done similar roles as it pertains to what we have said here? My question.
not exactly similar roles, Honorable Member. In my previous workstation, we've handled a similar activity.
Excuse me,
similar to the,
it's you who said similar roles. It's not me.
I'm taking back, Honorable Member.
So I'll go to the next one of Honorable Grace Sundukwa.
Thank you, Chair. Is that material?
Be loud enough, please use microphone closer.
Now, CC member, what measures are you going to put in place to address non-repayment of trade loan that have remained outstanding for the longest time in this year? Since we have already talked on the trade loan policy, what are you going to consider during your review?
Thank you, Honorable Grace. On trade loan, I, with the help of other stakeholders in my department, are going to review policies that were put in place previously. We are going to work with a regulatory body and bring on board other stakeholders. We'll come up with a plan on regulating the payment period. And before we roll out those trade loans, we are going to do capacity buildings, offer training to our traders so that they know the purposes of this loan.
Satisfied with Honorable Grace?
Thank you, Chair. You normally have said to conduct a capacity building. Now, my point was the non-repayment. You have not talked about non-repayment of this loan because you have a lot of outstanding deal.
They're asking in a very simple way. We are talking of trade loans to Mama Boga and the Boda people. Tell us what will we use to recover this money once loans are given out.
Thank you, Chair. We are going to ensure that we give these loans according to the laid down procedures and follow up on the defaulters. And if the county assembly will enable us by allocating us more funds, we are going to put in place a team that will organize the follow up on regulations.
However, the procedure you want us to engage your curious with regard from Mamamogas that the assembly asked to assist you to recover money from the loan beholders?
No, Chairman.
Yes.
I was saying that as a department, we need, because there have been inadequate funds, so regulatory bodies are not being able to follow up on the defaulters. So if I come in, we are going to come up with a proposal. We'll present it to the county assembly.
Let's have specifications. These are your proposals which are just fake. We don't want specific proposals. It's okay. On the procedure, we go.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Darrow, I'm 100% sure that if we are confirmed as the CEC for trade, I know by December you have more than 100 CVs on your list from those who looking for employment. And we are very much aware that there are not vacancies. In your own capacity as a CEC for trade, how do we intend to boost the creation of industries within the county that will in turn give an option to job creation for our youth and job seeking population, as well as future existing industries?
Thank you, Honorable. When are we confirmed, Honorable Member? I'm going to make sure that the manifesto that our governor promised the people of BUNGOMA County are aligned well with my department, especially the Department of Industrialization. We have industries in this county that they are not operational, but they are in place like the Marquis Centenary. We have the trailer slaughterhouse. So if we come together and find ways of looking for staff, technical people, so that those industries are running, we will have created a lot of employment opportunities for it.
So we go to Honorable James Barasa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before I ask my question, I wanted to refer the nominee from the questionnaire. That is number 26. That is where my interest is. Party A. Because we have given an answer, there are no family members or persons of interest in the ministry form. And yet you have not been appointed. You have never been in that department. Can you ascertain to us if there are no people from your family or from your constituents or from the county who are related to you? Because other persons, parties, categories, you need to expand on this so that I get it very clear. Number 2, that is B. Explain how you will resolve any potential conflict. You have said bring the human resource management department on board to assist. You know they have come to you. Something has risen before you. How will you now ensure that you will bring the human resource on board to assist you? Because you need to be very clear. These things will happen and you need to be very clear. Honorable Chair, my question now You are born from this county, you grew up in this county, you have been to trade market, even this town of ours, there is a lot of congestion, and people are doing business on the roadside. What measures will you put in place to ensure that these business people have a place to do their businesses? Secondly, like in BUNGOMA here, the county government of BUNGOMA bought a piece of land. I think it is under construction, and you must be aware, because this is a token you need to familiarize yourself with before you start working. People have refused to go in. What measures will you apply to take them back to that same plot?
Thank you, Honorable. On the issue of conflict of interest, Honorable Member, as at now, I don't have any family member in that department. But if it arises when I'm there, I'll follow the laid down procedures. The Constitution of Kenya is very clear on conflict of interest. I explained in my questionnaire that I'll bring the HR on board, because according to the Constitution, when there's a public-private conflict of interest, the public will always prevail.
Caroline, you know, I've never had of a conflict issue being under the Constitution. That if you have a conflict, is basically under the Constitution. Number two, you are narrating to ask a very simple question. Conflict may be perceived or real. Where you come from a family, a larger family of Kapchari, you ought not have somebody in the department to have a conflict. So he's asking if we have a perceived conflict or a conflict arising of people from your larger family from Kapchari, how do you propose from resolve such a conflicts if they are going to arise?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll implore the HR department so that that individual, that person is transferred to another ministry.
You will get it transferred from the department. No, let's get very clear. Are you proposing that anyone who appears to be conflict to you, you transfer him on behalf of the department or from that ministry? Because this department you are going to hold, you are transferable. Tomorrow you are here, tomorrow you will be in water, tomorrow you will be in education. So are you saying everywhere you go, anybody you see from Kapchari, transfer him or her? So you are telling us.
Not in that manner, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'll seek advice. I promise I'll research more on that, because I'm not conversant at the moment.
It's okay. On the same this document or your questionnaire, you've given us differences, number 31, that you prefer to Dr. Kale Water, Dr. Sekus Were, Dr. Kamau Goro. They stay where in heaven. So I'm asking, because like on your number 31, we have the difference you've given us. No particular of their location.
Mr. Chairman, Edis Wakoli, she's an advocate, she stays in Skata.
So this commissioner that she stays in Skata as a chair. Why don't she stays in Skata?
No, I'll add the location and the contact.
David, Matthew, Zuma, they all stay in Skata.
What Zuma stays in town?
So how do we know as a committee when you refer us, you say maybe it's a lawyer in town here, where the book is located, we can do something to get clarity. It's okay. Honorable Judge.
Thank you, Chair. Halai Hawe. Allow me to say, Halai is my friend. We work out in the same gym. That he has been absent for 2 years.
So are you declaring a conflict of interest and decline asking
No. There's no conflict of interest there. I want to ask this question before I come to. Unfortunately, Honorable Mokombo asked my question, but I will go to another one. Halai, who is your counterpart in the national government in the trade ministry at national level?
Thank you, Honorable. My counterpart in the national government is Honorable Moses Kuria, the CS for Trade, and the PS for Industrialization is my area mate, Dr. Mwana, and then the PS for Trade is Mr. Alfred Omundo.
Thank you. Now, another question, you fill your questionnaire and you said you are single. Are you happily single or painfully single? And there are no offenses.
The nominee is protected, but she almost has answered it. It's a question put to her.
You see, management also here is related to...
Listen, she's protected, but she's going to answer your question. Yes. You answer the question as by Honorable.
And I hope Honorable Idol is not taking note of this. I know he likes taking note.
Honorable Judge Mahari, I'm not single, I'm seeing someone, and very soon I might invite all of you for my wedding.
So I think it's clarified to honorable members. Next,
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Now, Halai, you are an accountant and you have come in trade. We have a conflict between this department and the MCS who always allocate money on issues to do with the street lighting. Most of the MCS here allocate CEF funds for street lighting in their respective wards. Unfortunately, the department does not implement these issues of street lighting in their respective wards. Even though the budgets are passed, even though the money is allocated, what are you going to do to ensure that this street lighting and high masts in their respective areas are implemented?
Thank you, Honorable. The governor promised to go BUNGOMA about 24-hour economy, and that will not happen unless we have street lights. We've lighted our markets. Once confirmed, Honorable Member, I'm going to look into the activities that have been in place so that we find out where the problem is, look at the bottlenecks and try and implement them.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable George. I will have Honorable Vitalis.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Clerk, suppose the what plans do you have to push small-scale traders and business starters, those are the sectors, especially in of stability. And being in mind that now that the manifesto of the national government is largely advocating for self-employment, that is the individuals in hustlers, this is now hustler nation. What are your plans?
Thank you, Honorable Member. My plan plan with the small scale traders is to come up with a solution. Look for, first I'm going to sensitize them, advise them on the importance of, one of the challenges we've had with the small traders is funding. Most of them don't have capital, startup capitals. So I'm going to come up with that strategy. And if the governor and the member of county assembly approves, we will find something so that we can be giving them the startup funds to push on them to start their businesses.
You have any data?
Thank you, Chair. Our governor promised tax holidays for these small traders. How are you going to handle that? Do we have a policy? Because how are you going to handle that?
They are asking you that during the campaign, His Excellency promised small scale traders and our business people tax holidays for weekends and holidays. Okay? So you at your departmental level as the CCM for trade and industry, how do you intend to go about it?
Tax holiday, Mr. Chairman, is just a tax break. So I'm going to carry out a survey with the small traders so that we look at those small traders that they are not getting much after their sales, so that we give them, we come out with a day, be it a holiday or a day in a month, so that we don't charge them the taxes.
You know what you are saying? You're basically contradicting the government. A tax holiday meant that on weekends, Sunday they don't pay any tax, and on holidays, like a Monday, Labor Day, and Saturday, they don't pay anything those days. So, what you are suggesting, you are contradicting what the government said to the public. Yes, I want to come home.
And you know, when the governor was campaigning, that was one of his manifestos, so that's why he was campaigning. Now you are appointed to assist him, to come up with suggestions and ways and means, to caution the traitors. So you need to be very careful, because Honorable Chair, doing contrary to what the governor said, it is bringing down the government of the governor. I can remind you that the previous regime, the governor said, Mama Bogas will not pay. And border. Instead, they reduced certain levy to them. They paid, up to today they are paying. That is why on 8th of August, was it on 9th of August, the government was shown the law. So you need also to put mechanisms on the ground to assist the current government to ensure up to 2027 things will be okay.
Chairman, I'll carry out more research on that sector.
It's okay, I'll go to Honorable Giron.
Thank you, Chair. Caroline Kalai Makali. Yes, ma'am. My fellow lady. You know that the legislative authority of county is vested and exercised by its county assembly. Normally, if today will be approved by this house to be the CEC rate, and this house will requested any relevant information on the grant from your department, will you appear or present documents before its committee as is required?
Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Junior. Honorable Jamian?
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the committee because of being consistent in answering these questions. I'm very proud. He has been able to answer John's question very well. And I'm very sure, even the issue of tax holiday, Honorable Speaker, she's competent enough. She may come up with the policies if given the position. Our nominee, you can tell us the revenue streams that we have with trade, if you know them. There are 4, 5, 6 revenue streams where we get our revenue. Those streams as well. And how you enhance the collection of revenue. You know when a revenue stream?
Thank you, Honorable Member. One of the revenue streams are the levies that we impose on traders. And I know there are measures in the department that are enforced to ensure that revenue is collected efficiently, like the automating of the systems. So,
Don't add first. Let's have others first. Please. She's making something to share with us. Yes, please, Madam Kamrai.
we also have taxes.
Yes. So I think we pass that we do something else. Yes. Jamion? Then I think on the game we prepare, it's going to be a time. No, game is going to be done.
Do you know something about the finance team?
Yes, yes.
Say something about it. What does it talk about? What is it related to what you are talking about? Yes, sir.
I think basically it talks about how where the county is going to get revenue for its activity and operations.
It's okay. Thank you, Madam Kemo.
Madam Carol, the current government of BUNGOMA has set up a modern market and the amenities to settle the Chekule traders. This to the market indicates that the traders prefer operating from outside the said premises and as such create traffic obstruction on the BC BUNGOMA Munyasi Highway. How do you intend to address this menace while ensuring that county resources are fully utilized?
Thank you, Madam. Once I'll be confirmed, I'm going to carry out a sensitization exercise. We are going to talk to those traders. We're going to talk to the public so that even if they are operating from inside the allocated land, the public are able to buy their commodities from inside the markets. We're also going to create more spaces for those traders so that every person in the other place a space for their wares.
I think we are done. Any other Honorable Joseph?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have the growing markets, especially in BUNGOMA town, Buye, Chwele, Italy, and there's a lot of congestion. as a CEC department. What we have was actually to face up the issue of congestion, especially in Matawa. Maybe you are going through. And if possible, Speaker, if she so wish to explain with this committee the difference between the policy and the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader. With all the state markets, we are going to create more stores, more sheds that can accommodate all traders.
There was a second theme of the question from majority about the issue of the policies and the bills, differentiation for us.
The policy is a document that as a CEC able to come up with, but when taken to the county assembly and the county assembly passes it now qualifies to be a bill. But I'm not conversant with that from majority leader. I'm going to do more research.
When you were growing up, when they were doing the examination, you be given 5 page your award. If you aren't sure of your answers, don't attempt. You get it that way. So we are going to give us answers here. If you aren't sure of the answers, don't attempt. Just say pass. We'll see how to answer the question. Did you end up on the Seneca?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine is a question and an observation. We have these annual licenses. We find that if a trader gets a license or applies for a license in January, he pays the full amount. Still, when you apply in December, you pay a full amount. Is there a way, maybe when she gets into office, she can work out on a prorated way, in such a way that if you apply maybe in July, you pay half the amount. If you apply in October, you pay a quarter. So that we encourage our traders to pay for these licenses. Once you find that most of these licenses traders, once it gets to maybe August or September, they start hiding and paying these small amounts to these tax collectors, that we call tax collectors, revenue collectors, avoiding to pay the money to the government. So you find that most of this money is going to people's pockets. But if you have a clear outline that if you start your business in October, you pay a quarter amount of the full the amount is supposed to pay for the license, annual license, we'll be encouraging our traders to pay it. But currently, if you start your business in December, 1st of December, you have to pay the full amount. So I think when you get to office, look at such issues.
Hope you've taken note of an observation from Honorable Seneca or Majority Leader. I think anything else, members, for clarity? I haven't had Honorable Homo when you're asking about what should be done in the market.
I did so.
Yes.
I did so, Honorable Chair, but as the nominees before the committee, this is just something that is in my mind. You know, we have had a lot of congestion, particularly the borders. You need to have a structure and engage them so that they have border ships for them to do their packing. Then also have designated areas for them to stand a little bit and then overload the passengers. That will assist us as a county. That is just an observation on the chair.
Thank you, Honorable James Barasa Mohambo. Honorable Daddy, you have something to say, please? Yes, please.
Madam you have to plan to, this part with the objectives whereby the government, in most cases, puts a lot of money to our employees. The mechanism of collecting these taxes from the business people. Because most cases, the department whereby we lose a lot of money to the our employees.
Thank you, Honorable. We are going to review those policies, those measures that have been in place, so that we identify the loopholes and try and work on them. We are also going to automate our activities so that we minimize those losses in the department.
I think we are done, all the members. Now we want to release you to go and something else as you wait for your fate. Determined by this committee, we ask you to give us a closing remarks.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank the Governor for nominating me to this position. I also want to thank you all and all other county assembly members, and I promise that if confirmed, we are going to work together. We are going to work for the people of Bungoma County. Thank you.
Thank you. We wish you well. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yes, you take your oath before you can able to engage.
Before this competition, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You can sit and sign the oath of. Thank you. Welcome for our vetting process. This is a committee on appointment from Bungoma County Assembly. Here from the Honorable Speaker, Emmanuel Stuma. How for the member of this committee will do a introduction. Honorable, introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Honorable Emmanuel Stephen, member of this committee.
Chair,
Honorable Stephen, you give away the microphone. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. My name is
Just be on answer, please.
Chair,
Thank you, Honorable Grace. I have a deputy clerk for Mos Leonard Juma, my deputy clerk for legislative, Chamber Services, introducing the secretary of the committee.
Honorable Chair, thank you. My name is Thomas Leon, the Deputy Planning Executive. We have officers from this other side introduce us some this.
Chair, I'm Ronaldo Lera, such officer member of the
Chair, my name is Caroline Omaro, member of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Edward Kusuba.
Chair, my name is Dr. Kabe. I'm Senior Clerk Assistant Committee Services.
Thank you, Chair. My name
You hand over the microphone.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ruth Banani, Senior Clerk Assistant, Legislative Services, member of the Secretariat.
Chair, I'm Marshall Single Communication.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk and Secretariat. Bonaventure is the committee that we invite you. We expect others from you. We'll be asking questions from the other members. We'll be having the joiners want to give us a response to the question put to you. So before we proceed, I think we need to have your papers to verify your record that you want to come as you come for this vetting process. Plus your ID. You want to confirm whether the Bonaventure we have and deposited before us here as Bonaventure. So as verifying the documentations, I'll ask the first question.
They work within the specific wards. They are not equitably distributed to cater for all the wards in the county. And seeing how best then we can work with them to ensure that the issues around the equitable distribution of resources, especially road projects, are done in line with not only the PFM Act, but also ensuring public participation as enshrined in the Constitution to cater for all the roads that are required to be done in the country.
Now, if approved by this committee, how do you handle situations where the politicians come to you for doing some road projects, okay? Not in the budget, but they want it to be made as a cease. How do you handle these situations? Not budget for, but they want to do for implementation purposes.
We shall, as much as possible, engage in consultation. See how best we can engage with the resources available, support such initiatives, if they are genuine. But we have the opportunity of working with unforeseen circumstances where we have situations where there are emergencies in certain wards or roads. It was not budgeted for, but a situation has happened. We create a mechanism through the emergency fund to see how we do this, and then we support such cases on a case-by-case basis.
So, okay, Honorable Joseph Nyongesa.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Profession, I know BUNGOMA County has got almost 9 constituencies, 45 wards. But during the campaigns, His Excellency the Governor was really on road network, especially in rural areas. Now we are having 45 wards here. Give us a CEC member, maybe you may be approved to be a CEC member. We may be given priority. Which ward will we start from? And basing on what?
Thank you. I understand at the moment we don't have an inventory or status report of our county roads in the county. One of the first things, if approved by this House, is to ensure that we undertake a status report and an inventory of all the county roads in the county to ensure that we then see which one are in time, because the others which have been left behind for so many years, and other counties have been, wards have been prioritized. How then can we ensure that we improve such and also undertake those ones that are need within the same budget period, the same quarter?
Yes, number 2 is Honorable Muhongo.
Thank you, Chair. This is Mr. Bonaventure. Yes. I have The first one, you say you stay in Nairobi, but you always come back home. I think you have passed, on your way coming this side, you have passed on a road from Kandu. This is a national government function, and the county government of BUNGOMA, in the previous regime, they gave it priority to have that tour carriage complete. You have seen the status. There is no budget provision for the completion. What will you do for it to be completed? Just take note. The second question. I think you were in Kanui. You saw how the stages are congested. And even again, or when you came from Cheptais, you saw how Chwele looks like. What measures will you put in place, particularly to enhance security? Let me say order in the transport sector. Because we have the border, we have the vehicles and whatever. Secondly, we have circles where we have been getting revenue from them. And you know, these circles are fun. You will find they give a register of 10 vehicles and here they have 50. What measures will you put in place for us as a county to enhance the revenue collection from that sector? Finally, you are going to head, if you will be approved by this honorable house, a very unique department. There are some terms being used in that department, like B1. How do you understand about it? There is something in the name of retention. What is it? And at what stage will you pay the retention? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, you can get those questions from the Honorable James Barasa before we proceed again.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for those good questions. One, the first one on the Kandui Road, that's the dual carriage. I am aware about how it came on board, that not being a function of the county government. But now we find ourselves in this position. We need to see how then we move with speed to complete the same road. I'm aware about earlier conversations between His Excellency the Governor with the people from the Kenya National Highways Authority in Nairobi, and there's been a recommendation of having a discussion with the Western Region Kenya team in Kakamega. What I will do is first of all get a status report on the completion of the road. I'm aware that there are already variations which were done on the same road, which goes beyond the 25% requisite threshold. I'm also aware about the quality of the works. Going through the road, you will see even the gauge of the AC, the manuals are exposed, the roundabouts, and even the street lighting is missing. So we shall then sit down with my team to see how we come up with a status report, present it before the assembly, to then determine how best we can unlock that impasse, both within the county but also through the national government. On the stages, bus parks and bus parks, I agree, I concur. There's a lot of disorder, both from Kandui all the way to CECMs. There are issues around tuk-tuks, border borders, and even our own matatus. Also the long-haul carriage trailers going towards Malawi. One is to work closely with our county, the traffic department, the national police, to see how then we can work together to create order within that department, especially enforcement of traffic rules and the Traffic Act. Secondly, to ensure that, if possible, through collaboration and support from the county assembly, to create dry posts or stages for some of these long-haul trucks so that they don't park within Kandui, because it's not only a threat but safety issue with our people. Thirdly, to see how through the County Transport Act, I'm not sure about its regulations and policy therein, we see how then we can come up with mechanisms to create certain bus parks and stages within the town, all the way from CECMs you can do one in Kandui, and see how then we manage those matatus that come from Webuye, that's a good Kibabi, where they can pick and drop passengers, but also be very careful we look at how then we support our residents to access some of these hospitals, because if you drop somebody in Kandui, how do they come up to BUNGOMA Hospital and many other things. So look, working collectively with our national government and also within the executive and the county assembly to address some of those issues. SACCOs is a very good mechanism to manage transport, but also safety and security. We shall ensure we come up with a SACCO policy that all matatus are registered within SACCOs. Those ones that are not clearly registered will be impounded or not allowed to operate within our roads. But also very importantly, to ensure that whenever these SACCOs operate, whenever they break the law, or whenever they do some of these issues that happen, or drop and pick passengers and not designated bus stops, we shall be able to work with our enforcement officers and the police to ensure that this is not allowed to go unabated. I know there are many things around the roads department. There are many stories I've had. It's not a very clear picture, a very good picture. We shall then see how we institutionalize and manage some of these things. Big one that you mentioned. These are resources that are provided for the project managers, the various projects that are there in the county, both in terms of support to mobility, supervision, and inspection. How then do we support our staff to ensure that this is done adequately? We shall see how we manage through the Office of the Chief Officer, centralize some of these works, so that we get the Bill 1 to support project implementation as effective as possible, not to benefit a few individuals as much as possible. On the retention, under the contracting, there is usually 10% retention of the works, just to guard against issues that dilapidated roads within a very short time to help us do some of those things. I know for this Maran road it's around 6 months, but for those AC type of road, usually around 1 year. To ensure that we open a special account to keep some of these resources to help us manage or work on some of these roads which are get spoiled within a very short time, maybe due to shoddy work by the contractor or poor supervision of some of these roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable George Makari.
Thank you, Chair. Nick. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Now, who's your counterpart nominee for education here in BUNGOMA County?
Thank you. Is by the name somebody, I haven't quoted the actual name, but I need to look at the records. I know there are 10, no, there are 9. One is yet to be nominated, but he was in fact the first person to appear before the assembly today.
You have to listen to the question.
Yes.
Who is your counterpart nominee for education? I know there are 9. The 10th one has not come in. Your counterpart nominee for education in BUNGOMA County.
I haven't checked out the full names. Sorry for that. I don't have the full name.
Okay, your counterpart nominee at the national level for the same position as yours.
For us, it's called Honorable Kipchumba Mokome.
And the PS?
The PS for roads and transport, they were recently nominated. I'll have to check. I really don't know.
Who is the governor for Meru?
Kawira Mwangaza, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza.
Good. Now, you have a net worth of 91 million.
Yes.
And you was can you walk us through this from 1 million to 91?
Thank you. I have the breakdown somewhere here. Yeah, thank you. I started it at 91 million Kenya shillings. One, I have 3 vehicles worth 17 million. I have a premise in Eldoret, rental houses worth 18 million Kenyan shillings. I have a home enterprise with a farm, roughly around 12 million Kenyan shillings. I own a tractor, roughly 4.6 million at the current market rate. I have invested in some money markets, around 10 million Kenyan shillings. Also have a vacant plot in Eldoret, worth around 10 million Kenyan shillings, and some cash of around 4.5 million Kenyan shillings.
I want to mean, how are you able to build this? You are still young. You are even younger than us.
Yes.
You don't even have the amount of money. How are you able to build this? From which sources, I mean, let me put it.
Thank you. I have, if you look at my CV, I've worked for the last 15 years, mostly coming through salaries, farming, but also I got some loans here and there that helped me construct and build the network that I have. But if you notice also, some of them are rural homes. The farm I have at home, which is an inheritance, and some of them I got through loans when I was through which I got the KCB and KCB.
All right, if we just come to my substantive question also. A nominee for us in a county is considered a very lucrative appointment. Do you agree?
I concur.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Do you agree?
Yes.
In a certain county in Kenya, the seat for us was able to add on his pockets, on his trousers, more pockets to carry money. Are you getting the gist of what I'm putting across?
Yes.
Why was he able to add more pockets on his trousers for carrying lots of money? Because they were full. In the coast they were full. In the normal pockets they were full. So he had to create more pockets on his trouser so that he could carry money around in the funerals and whatever. What do you think were the sources of this money? Because if it's a normal salary, you cannot be able to add on your trouser more pockets. And if you are given this chance, are you also going to add more pockets on your trousers?
Can I go? Thank you. Thank you through the chair.
Yes, proceed, Bonimeja.
Yes, I'm not aware about such an individual from which county, but I don't think through the work that I've done through my core values and ethics, I'll allow myself to be in such a position and take such initiatives or activities. Not only does it speak about the integrity of such an individual, but also the professionalism and how they carry themselves. Secondly, I can't do such a thing, and I don't think I require more pockets because the salary that I receive from the county government will be sufficient for me to take care of my bills and my family.
Okay, somebody walks in your office, you are just about to award a contract of 300 million. Somebody comes in your office with 30 million Kenya shillings in a briefcase. Chengek, in your right mind, would you tell him to walk out with 30 million in a briefcase?
Yes, I will do so.
Are you serious? Okay. Now back to my question, Chengek. If your nomination is approved, you will inherit a department that has a number of pending bills owed to contractors and other service providers by the previous regime. Note the word pending bills owed to contractors by the previous regime. I will repeat again. If your nomination is approved, you will inherit a department that has a number of pending bills owed to contractors and other service providers by the previous regime. What approach will you consider in honoring these outstanding obligations without
what projects and all the county projects? Some of these pending bills are necessitated by so many other things. One could be incomplete roads, shoddy work where certificates are not raised, delay in payments, but also most importantly, there are cases with continuing at ACC of some of these works. What we shall do is, through the support of the County Assembly, you saw the reports that came out yesterday from the task force. Some of the roads, 6 roads have similar photos, which is a damning indictment on our work in terms of inspection and restoration. We see how then we do a forensic audit on all pending bills, the status before we initiate any payment. The projects that are genuine and completed and certificates are raised, we shall aptly process some of these pending bills to ensure we support our contractors and Kenyans who engage in this work. But those ones that are shoddy and complete, here they also proposed projects within the department. Those ones which are using the multiple photos like those ones, we shall present this report to the Assembly for us to have a way forward on how best we can not only move with speed to take necessary legal actions against both staff within the department and contractors, but also blacklist some of these individuals so that they don't ever work in our culture.
You are aware about the roads that were paid for and they were not done?
Rules in your office and force you to pay. If you don't pay, you will be facing it. In such a scenario, how will you handle it? Secondly, some of these contracts are of senior citizens. How will you handle it?
Thank you. I haven't experienced this, but if the elements around goons and people using force and intimidation tactics and blackmail, we should be there to pay some of these works. I believe there's a way we can work collectively with the County Assembly. There's a way we can work collectively with the County Assembly and the County Executive, also in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior to the police, to ensure that this does not happen or doesn't take place within our department. We shall as much as possible ensure that we work to ensure safety and security for our staff, because not only myself but also staff members will be forced to make or support or develop certificates for such and done works. We shall collectively work with the police to ensure that such is brought to order, but also support from the County Assembly to ensure that this does not take place in the department.
It's okay. I'll go back to Honorable Grace Udukwa.
Thank you, Chair. You have application in your name, water for peace and stability.
The governor, in his wisdom, thought it best by being the nominee for Office of Public Works and Transport and not water, environment and environment. He then nominated me for that position. So I believe that he thought it best that I fit in that position to deliver his mandate and manifesto.
So, Honorable Stephen.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The nominee has just mentioned about issues of pending bills and the works that are done. And now, if given this position, if you are confirmed, CEC roads, public works and infrastructure, we have some areas that roads work not finished. But the chief officer then and the CECM went ahead and paid the contractors. Given that government money was spent, and those are not all weather roads, they are graded roads, either marram or something like that, that's not done well. Calabash not done. Now, as you take over your office, what do you think you will do to give the people, the areas concerned, to get justice and value for the money? Then number two,
thank you. Yes. Again, I'm not aware about such roles that were paid and are not complete. I will look at some of those reports, working very closely with the staff of the department, also with the county assembly, to look at, once we do that forensic audit on the pending bills, to then look at what were those roles that were paid, either shortly or incomplete, or even those projects as we mentioned earlier, to then see how, if you look at the PFM Act, these people can be surcharged due to their negligence and the work that they did in terms of supervision, inspection, and supporting such payments. We shall work with the county assembly very closely to ensure that this is actualized and legal processes taken against individuals who participated in such crimes or acts. That's one. I know also roads where if it's 8 meters or 16 meters, graveling or marraming is done in 4 meters or less. Still, that is not right in terms of how we're supposed to do it. That also speaks to our credibility around inspection and supervision of roads. We shall see how then we move with speed to ensure that such culprits either weeded out or legal action is taken against them. When it comes to the referees, I listed them as such because one of the documents that I then attached within my documents that I submitted was my CV, which clearly indicated the names and positions and contact details, emails, addresses, and where they work, which then you can then do a reference and call or check on them upkeep for follow-up.
Mr. Chairman, please, I agree with you, but it's just nice.
Two, which policy and program do you intend to bring into operation when your nomination is approved by this county assembly?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, I understand the roles for the CC. This now the roles department. One of them issues around the implementation of legislation and policies, both from the county government, but those ones which are necessary from the national government. Another one is formulate policy, which will then help us implement various programs within the department, answer questions whenever someone within the county assembly, present the department in the cabinet and in the county assembly progress reports of works done within the roads department, advise the government on matters roads, water, matters roads, infrastructure, public works and transport, and fire, which is within the same department, and attend cabinet or meetings and support the government, the government implementing his or her mass manifesto.
What program do you have?
Yes, on the second question, there are many programs which you can then come up with, policies and legislations or regulations. I know the County Transport Act, we see how we finalize on issues around policy and regulation within the same department, and how, because it's something which is usually factored within the bill of quantities in the roads department whenever we undertake some of these works across the country. So those are some of the policies or bills that can come up for us to move. And also the issue around the bus. How do we create some of these bus parks to ensure that we decongest the towns and ensure that parking is done aptly, and come up with designated parking bus stops to ensure reduce on decongestion.
So thank you. I'll have one for Joseph Nyongesa.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Senator, you prepare?
Chair, my issue is just on the issue of preparing bills, where Mr. Prophet told us that he will do the forensic works before paying. Honorable Chair, our roads are normally marrow, and as you know, the effect of rains, some are done in January. So how will you ascertain that maybe before you pay?
Yes, thank you through the chair. I understand, yes, especially the world projects and some of them through the road maintenance levy fund and the county department funds. Some of those are marathons, Some were done last year. I'm aware of pending bills lasting 3 years. Again, through the support of the County Assembly and through the forensic audit, we quickly and amicably resolve some of those issues. If they can't be resolved, we shall come back to the County Assembly to help.
But before we add any more questions, everyone mention.
Thank you, the Chair. Thanks for those questions. One on the Brigadier Mistake Road. Again, almost finding ourselves in the same position as the Dual Carriage. That was a care road mandated to the national government. But we decided that we shall undertake such. I know there were conversations initially, and even last month the government had a conversation with the national government on how we complete this road. The MOU that was signed between the contractor or the national government and the county government was not adhered in this case. The contractor, by the name Midlands Contractors, who is supposed to do that road, was given that work for 41 kilometers. But from the MOU, the national government then went ahead to re-advertise for 20 kilometers, which a Chinese contractor I'm aware is there and currently doing that work. These same individuals had mobilized labor for 41 kilometers, machinery for 41 kilometers. We need to see how we unlock that impasse to ensure that we pay him or the contractor for the works done for a certain period, and through the support of the county assembly allocate resources to be able to then complete those sections that are then charged for the county government, because the care round is currently ongoing. So it's just how they become on a sitting table with the contractor and the support through budget allocation to ensure that they complete that road. I know it's one of the roads that the governor said he was going to see how that is completed. Same with the dual carriage, as mentioned earlier, conversations with Kenya to ensure we see how we complete that road, but again through the support of the county assembly to see how we allocate resources for us to complete this road as scheduled. Staff doing contracts, I'm not aware as per now, but this is from good information. We shall see how then we proceed with speed through the support of the executive and the county assembly. We work out on a mechanism, come up with a task force to then, which is outside the membership of the staffing department, to ensure that we go through this thoroughly, because we can't use the same staff who are doing the same business with us. We need the department to continue this, and that's conflict of interest, and it's very bad. If found, we shall see how we surcharge, take disciplinary action, and if possible, legal action against such officers. The MTF program, I know it was something machinery transfer, something which was done by the national government, that then gave us machinery, graders, and what have you, to help us do those kilometers within the various wards. It's something which was mismanaged in one way or another, and this has not taken root. We shall see possibilities of reviving or bringing up such programs, working closely with the national government. We are privileged to have one of our legislators, who is the Vice Chair of Roads, and also Chief Honorable to take this forward. But also very importantly, our graders, all of them are grounded, 5 of them. So routine maintenance does not happen. One of the priorities going forward is to ensure that how then do we work with the county assembly for allocation, whether through supplementary or otherwise budget, to ensure that this is taken up. We revive our graders, but possible going forward, if we could get support to buy graders for each sub-county, it will really help us open up some of those roads and maintain them accordingly. Thank you.
Before I allow Honorable Kani to ask anything and join them,
Just a comment, it's not an education. Just a comment.
Yes, Honorable.
You know, Honorable Speaker, what Commissioner Senator said about the issue of making our staffs doing the contracts. Our nominee should take it so seriously, because you know Honorable Senator was at the center of that government, so he knows. We should look for it. It's very more education.
Nominee, if approved by this committee, take the Senate very seriously. He was meditating to do that thing. So it's not just a yoga that is saying from the side skills. Take it seriously. Yes, but he was part of that government. Bill State. So Honorable Chair, we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is that even if we talk how much there is always a delay from the Department of Public Works in preparation of the bills or activities, hence causing delays in advertisement of projects to be undertaken by contractors.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, I'm aware that there have been delays in uptake of projects and effectiveness in implementation because of some such of delays. What I'll do going forward is to create designated teams, specialized teams to develop bill of quantities in time. Whenever we receive the approved budgets, we should proceed and go as fast as possible to ensure we develop bill of quantities, because the more we delay, the more it goes to the next quarter, which then affects implementation. Bill of quantities in terms of costing of materials and human resources is very key, but most importantly is time. When you cost time, because we come from an area where it rains most of the time. So and there are always changes in prices, there is inflation and what have you. So if a bill of quantity is delayed and a contract was awarded in, let's say for example here in July, the prices of fuel has changed, but most of the things is inflation. So you find cases of understated bill of quantities, then the cases of variations and what have you. So going forward, working with my technical team to ensure that bill of quantities are prepared on time and effectively to support tendering processes and also effective execution of projects.
Thank you. I'll have Temion before I come back on Hongo.
Thank you, Chair. I have one question for the nominee. You have worked as a platform manager. The responsibility of overseeing all aspects of donor capacity as a platform manager in terms of donor activities. Is there something you have done for before?
Yes. When I started doing some of this work and we had successfully handed it over to the county government, by then at 2013. Also, through the same program, I also initiated and lobbied for resources which were brought to Kipsigon, the Tooth Zero, which is the two main lines of Umurio to the Chepuk Center, and also the main water tank at Banantega, which served that area of Chefuku, all the way down to Chelebe. I've also supported or ensured that some of our civil society within BUNGOMA County are beneficiaries of some of these programs. We have an organization called REDO from Mayanja, which received funding to do civic work and issues around security. There's the Anglican Churches of Kenya, SCC Western Kenya, which received work to also support women and youth in some of the livelihood work that they are able to do in this space. In the recent concluded elections, working with the National Democratic Institute, we were able to support the training of agents and elections officers in BUNGOMA County.
Thank you. I once worked under you. No problem, that's okay. It's okay. Because that time I was a PO. I was a PO of a polling station, and he was my DRO. And I did it very well that time.
We don't know. Let's go say in a visual hand, please.
Which you must be knowing as we speak. In this county that has a very big problem with infrastructure. What plan do you have for those regions?
Thank you, Honorable Chimion, to the chair. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, we need to do a thorough inventory and a status report on all county roads within the county. I'm also aware there were early accusations of some wards being favored over others, which should not take precedence in the current government or department which are approved by this assembly. We shall then prioritize the areas which are highly marginalized to see how we open up some of those roads and some of those places that needs access to public utilities, schools, and whatever. So we shall come up with an affirmative action plan to ensure that some of these areas are catered for and supported adequately going forward.
Yes, Honorable James Barasa.
Because we have the people, we have the staff, but sometimes when there is an incident somewhere, they take too long for them to respond. What measures will you be putting in place?
My ministry. And we'll see how I know there are 2 other vehicles which are grounded. One is active, but as you all agree, it's not viable or even responsive enough to have it situated station here and serve the whole county. You can imagine a fire happening in Tongaren, by the time it goes there, it's already been done. Through the county assembly, we shall then, through the budget, to see how resources can be allocated for us to acquire more engines, for us then to distribute them across the wards. Even if by county, even if we have only 3, we can have one situated in Kimilili, one in Webuye, and one here in Kandui for quick response in some of these things that really affect our county. But also, we shall have a toll-free number which will be displayed in all public places, utilities, schools, and amenities for them to respond quickly and aptly whenever such things then take place in the county.
Thank you. Normally, I think up to that level, we have 2 debaters on the Joseph Ngesa.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one, Chair. Actually, we are having our factories, especially this one in Zoya, the other one is in Tongaren. I know they normally pay cess, but the tractors are doing more harm on our roads. So I don't know which initiative could we come up with so that at least to ensure that our roads are safe from those factories, tractors.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Stephen Omaba.
If I ask my question before, because I've not, maybe just to also make a argument on based on what the...
Yes, please proceed.
Is that in this respect of what is said in the proposition, how are you going to address that issue in relation to the maintenance of roads, because basically it's not done the way it should be. So can you maybe say something about that also?
So you asked the second part of it,
now,
whether does it answer them, they're done all together.
Now, to my question, Jemaket, your CV details are almost nil, relevant academic and work experience, and it's contrary to section 35, subsection 3D of the County Government Act 2012, regarding relevant skills and knowledge to the portfolio of the department where you are seeking a date in the role of CEC. How do you intend to match your skills into practice as you discharge your duties and assist His Excellency the Governor to realize the elements outlined in his manifesto under the road, transport, infrastructure, public works?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, first response one to the one by Honorable Nyongesa. Yes, there are these companies, West Sugar, Zoya, and the rest, who then have been using some of the same machinery and tractors on our roads and providing support. They give some funds to the county, through the roads department, to maintain some of those roads. if it has not been used or utilized appropriately and done accordingly going forward. Part of the report that we shall present to the Assembly, if approved by this Assembly, is on some of those issues, because this also comes into the issues around pending bills and also issues around
the issue of national government.
Yes.
Those are probably problems.
Yes. If you come to the county, I think we probably need to see how...
something very funny. As a national government, a CS2, for you to qualify to be even a that job, it's just a part that gets only. It's nothing else. There's no qualification going to be a CS in Kenya. Just be normal and of sound mind. But as they are saying, you must have a degree. With the relevant experience, the relevant field. So, people on that question are very quick.
Yes. So, probably we needed to look at it from a different perspective. First, I say I concur. Then we need to look at it from a different perspective. One, I'm not conflicted. Maybe we have been engaging engineers in that department as the leadership, both as the CC and chief of staff. People who already have associates have been working in that sector, maybe they are contractors of friends or families, who then start doing business with government. Probably me, I come in as a new person. I don't do contracts. I'm not a contractor, I'm not an engineer. So I'll not be conflicted in any way in terms of delivering the work that we do. Probably we needed someone who looks from the outside in, instead of somebody who has been within that same space, who then engages in some of these things that we have seen in the recent past.
We wanted to make a comment on the issue of CES. I happened to be an councillor by then, before the new constitution. And those days, we had a separate account, money for CES. We have a CES audit. I think there is a law we passed in this honorable house. You need to check on it so that you streamline the operation of the CES funds, so that we don't have so many complaints. Finally, you are being appointed by His Excellency the Governor, nominated by His Excellency the Governor, that is Osaka. When you come from Strata, after crossing now the 2 parish, you come past the Mocha. There is a stretch in between here. And that road was done by the Governor. In your opinion, how many days will you take to complete that road? Because it was initiated by the Governor who has appointed you.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, yes, I concur on the issue around CES. Keep coming back to the same question where we receive resources from West Sugar and Zoya and whatever. If we can have a special account created, but also in line with the law that was created around the CES, to ensure that these resources are designated for specific vote head, which then goes towards doing specific works in those regions which produce some of this sugar, plantations, coffee, and what have you. So that one will be done aptly. When it comes to that road where I've mentioned, I know it was a road that was taken by the prioritize some of those roads that help us unlock or ease movement within BUNGOMA.
It's okay. Now, in our new standing orders, there's a provision that it will be summoned by this house to write up and answer queries. Answer queries that we asked the money, how money was paid. If we give you this chance as our CECM for roads, if someone by this same house is going to approve you, if you are going to be lucky enough, because there's no guarantee. You have to come to this house, answer queries in your department.
Yes, it's one of my responsibility, but also very critical, as you say. That is something that we are, the governor himself has told us, to ensure we work very closely in consultation with the county assembly. So I'll honor all summons to come before the house to answer questions of queries as required.
Concerning the department?
Yes.
So I think we are done at that level. We show the best. As you can pray for your luck, if possible. because we are not guaranteeing anybody to be approved in this house. Have a good evening.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to come before the House, and I pray that I'll be approved by the Assembly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yes, yes.
This is Ikue Updates kama mbaya. 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 This is Ikue Updates kama mbaya.
I, Dr. Andrew Gesson-Malwa, of National ID number 2290-5849.
Having been duly nominated to serve as County Executive Committee member of the County Government of Bungoma,
do hereby solemnly
sincerely swear
and sincerely swear
that the information that I shall give before this committee
that the information that I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Kindly take your seat so that you are able to sign the oath. So Dr. That's Andrew Ekesa.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, kindly pass over your recommendations to my officer for verification purposes. The ID also. We may be handling a stranger like an impositor, so we need to know that you are the real one, not the masquerader for that purposes. So we are going to ask you questions, but before that we need some very brief introduction. I'm the chair of the committee appointed by virtue of my office as the speaker. I'm Honorable Emmanuel Situma. We may have 100 members from Honorable Steve Nigo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Honorable Steve Nigo, member of this committee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Honorable Joseph Juma, member of this committee.
Chair, I'm John Kilo, member of this committee.
Chair, I'm the Senator, member of this committee. Chair, member of this committee.
Chair, I'm Honorable Chimion Masai, member.
Bongo Barasa, member. Chair George Makari, member of the committee.
Chair, I'm Sunny
Thank you. We'll be able to ask my clerk, deputy clerk, legislative and chamber services to introduce your member secretariat.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Momo Silawana, the Deputy Clerk for Executive Services. With me, we have other members of the Secretariat and Executive Services.
Chair, I'm Mbadio Vera, Sergeant Officer, member of the
Caroline Omano, Deputy Council Editor, member of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. Edward Musumba, Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Yera Kadina Sontera, Chief Secretary.
Chair, my name is Dr. Kabe. I'm Senior Clerk Assistant Committee Services.
Chair, my name is Ruth Wanami, Senior Clerk Assistant, member of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Misiko Mash.
You hand over the mic, it's okay? Yes. So thank you. Our nominee before us, we confirmed to Andrew Ekesa Wamawa. We are going to ask you questions in shifts from the chair. The 100 members will be having some rejoinders, seeking clarifications from you. So I'll start by asking you very simple question that give us a summary of who is Dr. Andrew Ekesa or Wamawa Ekesa for that purpose.
Thank you, Chair.
It's okay, you will proceed.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr. Andrew Ekesa. I'm a Kenyan citizen, born in the year 1993. I'm 39 years now. And by profession, I'm a family physician. About my history, I was born in the year 1993 in the larger Lugari district by then. Now it's in Kuyani constituency. To grammar school teachers. My mother and my father were both teachers. I was born with good health, no problems. I schooled in Lugui Primary School from class 1 to class 8. I went to Singu High School from Form 1 to Form 4. Later, I did proceed to the University of Nairobi, where I pursued my undergraduate degree for medicine. After that, I chose to come to BUNGOMA County Hospital, where I did my internship for 1 year. After that, I was posted to Sanya District, my first assignment as a medical officer of health, where I served for 3 years. Later, I was posted to Sirisia Sub-County Hospital. Sub-County also served as the Sub-County Medical Officer of Health. Thereafter, I was posted to Wekuye East as Sub-County Medical Officer of Health. I served for 2 years. Later, in the year 2017, I was posted to Kimilili Sub-County, where I served in 2 capacities, as the medical superintendent of the hospital, as well as the Sub-County Medical Officer of Health. In my journey in academics and my profession, I've served in various leadership positions, as I've said. First, I was recognized as a teacher in primary, where I served as a class monitor from class 1 to class 5. Thereafter, I was made the sanitation prefect in class 6, and in class 7, I was made a school head boy. In high school, in Form 2, I was made the library prefect, and in Form 3, I was made the library captain. At the university also, I became a leader through an elective process, where I became the congressman of the House of Presidents. Therefore, in my capacity as a medical officer of health and also as a medical superintendent, which spans for more than 7 years, I've gained enough experience to manage health services, to interact with various groups, various communities. I've traveled abroad. I did my master's in Cuba. I came back last year, and I've had that international experience to see how the world is managing health, and I can compare with the Kenyan situation, and I believe I can serve the group of BUNGOMA well in that capacity.
What's your position now in the hospital?
In the hospital currently, I work in the Department of Family Medicine, where I'm a family physician.
You are a family physician?
Exactly, Chair.
Do you still have a family?
Yes, Chair.
You have a family?
Yes, Chair.
Your form is indicating that you are single.
Chair, being single means I have not legalized my union, but I'm in a stable union. I have children.
How can you have children when how can you be stable when you are single? In what you are hearing from me?
I have not legalized my union, Chair.
Whether it's a other catholic, you know why I was asking you the issue of department. You are saying that a family physician, but you are not, you are single.
Honorable Speaker, and you know, even when you write you're single, prospectors are now paying. What I was proposing my sister.
Now, second, are you temperamental?
No, I am.
You are not?
I'm not.
You know, the people I'm having which is very confident that you are very violent. That's why you cannot speak with anybody. Number 2, that you are basically, every time you have a partner in the house, you engage in a domestic violence.
I'm not aware of such. Yeah.
Not aware?
I'm not aware.
You reside in somewhere.
I do. Yeah.
I think I'm not mistaken you then. Honorable, before I now go to that issue, your nomination is for a CECM for health. Okay? You've been able to move around, you've traveled and learned a lot. Now, under Article 1 is the General Constitution of Kenya. What are your major roles as a CEC?
Chair, under Article 183 of the Kenya Constitution, as a CC for health, my roles would be to legislate legislation for county health services, as well as supervise the implementation of national legislation that pertains to the county health services, And in that regard, you know that health is a devolved function. We have the county health services, under which you have the county health facilities and pharmacies. We have the cemeteries and crematoria. We have the public primary health care, and also we have the refuse disposal and solid waste management.
Honorable Grace, before you go.
Thank you, Chair. You have previously served in New Busia County and also as a medical superintendent in Busia County Hospital. This committee is interested in understanding the circumstances that lead to you exiting of these two facilities after a very brief period of service.
Through the chair, I was posted in Same District in March 2010. I served there for 2010, 2011, and I left 2012 in June to Silesia. Why I went to propose of normal reshuffles at the province level, I didn't have a choice. I was posted to Silesia and I had to abide by the posting order. To Kimilili, I went there in 2017 October. Luckily enough, I was awarded a scholarship through the national government in June 2018, and therefore I had to leave the station to go and pursue my master's in medicine.
Yes, Honorable Muhongo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In the recent past, the Governor came and gave his address in this Honorable House. I think you are aware of the content. If you are not aware, I have a question. He committed it to improve primary health care success through upscaling of county health care facilities, as well as upgrading and expanding level 1 and level 2. How will you assist the government to achieve this?
Through the chair, I understand the manifesto of the governor and his commitment to improve health services in BUNGOMA County. All of us that reside in BUNGOMA County, we know the challenges are facing our people. Our people, we at the moment have a population of around 1.8 million people, and out of that 1.8 million people, 1.4 million people reside in the rural areas. 80% of people of this county seek health success in level 2 and level 3, which is dispensary and health centers. So the governor's focus, and that's my mandate, is to ensure that we uplift and upgrade the level 2 and level 3 facilities to ensure commodity security, that's pharmaceuticals and drugs, seamless supply of those commodities, and to ensure that staff at those facilities are present to take care of our people. Also, the community healthcare workers, they are integral in the management of healthcare services. The governor is very particular about motivating and managing the community healthcare workers. At the moment, we have 3,540 community healthcare workers who are spread in 354 community healthcare units. Out of that, only 26 are not captured in the monthly stipend. We will ensure through our budget that the remaining 26 community units are covered. Those are around 260 community healthcare workers are going also to give a stipend.
Yes, Honorable George Makari.
Thank you, Chair. Daktari, how are you?
Fine, sir.
Good afternoon.
That one too, sir.
Chair, Dr. Amado comes from Kandui, and precisely from my ward, but I'm not conflicted in any way. Daktari, you've served as an assistant director of medical services in BUNGOMA County. You've been a superintendent, immediately you've been a Busia. You seem to have risen so fast through the ranks. What makes you, what sets you aside from others that you are able to rise so fast through the ranks?
Through the chair, first I think the favor of God, and secondly, I believe I'm a team player, I believe I'm hardworking, I believe in achieving the results. I've been in Zambia, I was in Zambia for 2.5 years. In my tenure, we managed to open and operationalize 6 dispensaries with the support of the member of parliament for that constituency. When I moved to Ceresia, again, we found that the CDF had put up 6 facilities which are not open, and through the support of the national government, together with the member of parliament, we were also able to operationalize those facilities. When I went to Webuye East, again, we found that the members of the county assembly had tried to put up facilities, and we operationalized 3 of them. I'm a person who believes in serving the people. I believe in bringing healthcare close to the people. Whenever I've gone, I've left a mark with the people. When I was in Kimilili, we went there when the drug shortages and people are running away from Kimilili coming to BUNGOMA for services. During my tenure, as short as it was, I went to reverse that. Now BUNGOMA was coming to Kimilili to learn from us. How is it that we're having drugs in the facility, that our store for pharmaceuticals was always full? And by then, even the governor was very pleased with our performance as a hospital. So I believe I work hard. I believe I achieve. And also the favor of God is upon me.
Thank you, Dr. Maybe that's a plus for you. Now, doctors are known to have what we call attention to detail. You know that? Do you have that quality? Attention to detail.
Through the chair.
Thoroughness and attention to detail.
Through the chair, I believe I'm very keen. I pay attention to every detail that I come across.
If you really paid good attention to detail today morning when you woke up, how many patterns did you pattern today? Without looking at your shirt.
Through the chair.
You've confirmed you pay attention to details. Just answer that simple question.
Don't look at the shirt that you patterned today morning. Yes. Look up and say, I patterned 6 patterns today.
Through the chair, as a doctor, we are trained to lie. If I say the number of patterns, I am lying because I've not counted the number of patterns.
That is not attention to detail.
I'm honest. I'm honest.
It's all right. It's all right. That was just testing your attention to detail quality. So let me go back to my substantive question, Tariq, and maybe before I do that, who is the current nominee for the CS for Health? You are counterpart to the national level and the PS.
The substantive cabinet secretary for health now is Dr. Susan Nahumicha, and the nominated members for permanent secretary are 2, Engineer Peter Tum for medical services, and Madam Josephine Muru, Minister for Quality Assurance, PS for Quality Assurance.
Now, my question, the department on which you have been nominated for appointment as CEC member runs the biggest recurrent budget, mostly towards employee remuneration. What measures will you put in place to achieve optimal revenue collection from the various health facilities across the county to facilitate the recurrent expenditure? Maybe I can repeat that. Can I repeat the question? And while at it, this sub-department of public health, there is one time when we were doing our health overview, the department had money in the account, but the money, they could not spend that money. I don't know if that situation has changed or is still the same. The sub-department of public health collects money, puts in an account, but they can't be able to spend the money at all. I don't know if that situation was reversed or is still the same. So just back to the question, but as a tail end, you can put in that one for public health.
Through the chair, about health financing. This has been a thorny issue during the evolution process. We have had many hitches here and there, but at the moment, BUNGOMA County is one of the model counties in terms of health care financing. Why am I saying so? It's because this house was able to pass the BUNGOMA Health Services Act, which creates the Health Services Fund, which enables the facility to collect user fees and seek to spend the money at the same facility for current expenditures on medicines and pharmaceuticals, and also for facility improvement. Having said that, we know that collecting money, this depends on what the service you are doing to the client. As it is, many facilities are not able to collect enough because of frequent shortage of drugs, frequent shortage of non-pharmaceuticals, so that when patients go to those facilities, instead of getting the service and pay for the service, they have to go either to private or come to BUNGOMA County Hospital for the same services. So one of the things we want to endeavor is to ensure that there is constant supply of drugs and non-pharmaceuticals and healthcare workers in those facilities so that they're able to render services and clients are going to pay for the services. Two is automation of revenue collection. As I sit here, I know there are 2 or 3 peripheral facilities like Umula and Silesia who have actually automated their revenue collection in the facility. And given chance, we are going to ensure that also in those peripheral facilities they're able to automate the collection. Another opportunity is NHIF. NHIF has come in handy to lift the burden of paying for services from the consumers. The problem is when patients go to dispensaries or health centers, there are not a lot of services. There are no drugs. So as much as someone has a card, they're not able to get a service. So even the facility cannot now claim from NHIF for a service render. So most of our patients now will elect to go to private facilities instead of government. So my role as a CEC for health is to change the attitude of our community, to choose public facilities as their preferred facility of choice, and therefore through that to tap the revenue and help our facilities grow. As I come to the tail end of the question,
yes, Honorable Barasa, sorry, Honorable James, Joseph Jungesa.
Yeah, well, Dr. Andrew is saying that sometimes we have no drugs in our stores, and as you know, Speaker, we have been approving packets here. The lion's share has always gone to the health sector. Now, this issue may be lack of drugs in our stores. What could be the challenge, and how will you go about it so that at least this issue, we take a little of it so that our people get the proper services? Because the lion's share has always gone to the health department.
Yes, Dr.
Through the chair, I agree that health is among the biggest devolved units or devolved services, and as it is now, health takes the greatest budget of BUNGOMA County. However, I want to state here that as much as a lot has been given to health, still health consumes a lot in terms of current expenditure on salaries. We have a lot of money going to pay salaries and wages. Also, having said that, is our population will be mapped out. The procurement of drugs is based on historical allocations. As a CC for health, I'm going to ensure that we map out diseases in every sub-county, in every ward, so that as we are procuring drugs, we know the targeted population that's going to seek these drugs. And that is going to ensure social accountability and community participation in safeguarding our drugs and facilities.
Yes,
Yeah, say that most of the amount is normally going maybe to the issue of recurrence, and that's paying of salaries. But Chair, another challenge in that sector is the nurses, doctors are being paid by the government. Drugs are being purchased by the government. But when it comes in terms of billing, Honorable Chair, our patients are very suffering. They are overcharging, in fact, more than even the private hospitals. So I don't know, as a CEC, that topic, what do we do about people with that?
To the Chair, I'm aware of the challenges that the honorable member has raised. Before us, we have a pending work of enacting the health financing policy. We want to rationalize charges in the facilities. When we sit here, we have to know in Nigeria how much does it cost to do a full program. We have to know how much does it cost to do a lab service in Nigeria. As it is now, some counties have disparity charges, and therefore patients complain, yes, as head of the members of those people, you can't do much because we rely on our reports, and also for us, we find that those are a bit autonomous because they are controlled by the boards, and therefore the charges are to be regulated. So one of the assignments ahead of us going forward is to enact a financing policy so to be able to rationalize the charging of healthcare services.
Now, before I allow Honorable to come in, just to seek from you. Yes, so can we come back to Honorable George Makali? Doctor, we've had challenges where you purchase drugs, you store in your pharmacy, then they disappear. Like they disappear through the hands of your employees in the departments. Is that a challenge? How do you basically control it?
Through the Chair. Also, drug surveillance is one of the key components that we have to do as a ministry. We have to store control cards, but the store card doesn't been enough. So we are looking at installing surveillance systems in our pharmacies to ensure that drugs are able to be monitored even from the central level. Remember, we have before us the task of coming up with e-health, where we have to interlink all the facilities in the county, and therefore it's going to give the county pharmacists latitude to be able to understand what happens in the peripheral sites. But as it is now, we are running with the manual bill cards, which can be manipulated, and therefore loss of drugs. We can't really guarantee the public that the drugs that are going to a certain facility are safe. So I believe once we have the e-health system running, we'll be able to come such.
Thank you. Honorable George Makali, finish your question.
You did not finish the minor part of my question.
Yes, then I go to Honorable Giro if I come to the other side.
About the public health funds, we know that there's been a challenge. And through the Chair, going forward, I see that maybe we address that challenge because, first of all, the public health officers have not been capacitated to go around to do their work of inspection of food premises and licensing.
But don't be confused. They collect money, they put it in an account, which themselves they can't access the money they collect. Now they get stuck because they can not use the same money to fuel their motorcycles or vehicles to go to the field.
Okay. Right from the commission, the hospitals and the public health officers were instructed to bank all the connections in the county revenue fund. Where challenges accessing funds to buy drugs, paying the casuals, and run other services. Luckily enough, through this house, we're able to enact the Health Success Act, which created the Health Success Fund. That fund has enabled hospitals to run. The public health department was the 11th facility that was empowered to collect funds and spend. It's now a shock on me that as much as hospitals have regularized that one, but the public health department has not. So the first assignment for me going in is to make sure that the public health department is the 11th facility that's going to collect funds, bank, and utilize the funds to run their public health activities.
That's good. Now, it's a final on the same. There is a lot of mismanagement as a committee, which I chair the committee of that. I'm glad my committee clerk, who was the previous committee clerk, is also here. There's a lot of mismanagement of the county powers, but some of the money collected actually has been being used in political activities. Maybe you are not aware because you are in Cuba, but if you follow...
He was aware in July, so he must be aware. He can't do anything to the same. He was aware.
He was aware.
Yes.
So what as a CEC, what are you going to do about this? Because if you want to go ahead, you must also work because some of the collections there we know we are very much aware.
Thank you to the chair. Health success funds are not habitual funds. They are supposed to be managed according to the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, and therefore I believe, and we are going to ensure that we do a thorough audit of the finances for the last financial year and up to where we have reached, and also strengthen our internal audit mechanism so that we're able to, you see, corruption is better prevented than because it's hard to put out corruption because it fights back. So to prevent corruption, we better enhance internal audit mechanism, checks and balance, so that money cannot leave the facility without the approval of the senior managers of the finances in the department.
Thank you, Chair, for appeal.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Kiron.
Thank you, Chair. Doctor, the department has been notorious for spending grants as well as revenue collected at the source prior to appropriation by this county assembly. Do you commit to observe the provided budgeting and expenditure procedures?
Yes.
You will.
Yes.
Before I go to the Seneca, there is this idea we always hear in the villages that whenever we have a drug shortage in the hospital, the medics send you to a specific chemist to procure drugs. They invite the specific chemist to buy the drugs. What's the problem with that?
I believe in our medical training and ethics, a clinical officer or a doctor are the who prescribe drugs. They are not allowed to elect a pharmacy or a chemist where a patient will buy the drug. Most providers have their choice. So if the drug is not in the facility...
Like that's what you are taught in class professionally.
Yes.
You practice the same in your place of work.
As an individual chair.
No, you as your medics, you practice the same.
Honestly, Chair, I've heard those stories that people are sending patients to...
So you are the new in Jerusalem. You are the new in Jerusalem. You get those stories every time that the patient has been sent to specific chemist to buy drugs.
Yes, I hear those stories.
Yes.
Yes.
How do you identify those mischiefs?
So, as a CC, my role is to ensure that there is proper accountability structures that are put in place, and the service charters, patients must be enlightened to be aware about their provider, their consumer rights, and Also, to curb these menace is to ensure that our pharmacists are well stocked with drugs so that the provider will have an opportunity to send the patient to get drugs from somewhere else. This we did in Kimilili, and we saw the pharmacists along the road to the hospital, they all collapsed because they had drugs in the facility. So I believe once our facilities are well stocked, patients won't be still crossing the road.
You are lucky that the chair of the committee that you are doing to oversight your department is here. This is what you are saying. It's good at inspecting those chemists on a regular basis, so we prepare for that. And the members are here, so what you are asking, you are on hazard. They will be sure if we approve you, they will be using those pharmacies to confirm. Do we have drugs Honorable Seneca?
Let me just say before I'm chair.
Yes. Senator,
that issue of when it's spending from the source.
Yes.
You know, where I sit, I'm not so satisfied about it because we were told that it was through the cabinet resolution that made them start spending from the source. No, when the secretary tells us that they will not do so, I don't know how.
Through the chair, the issue of spending at the source has been there, and I believe it's still there. What matters a lot is about our ethics as managers. How are we able to follow the prescribed legislation? There's a PFM Act which is very clear how we should be spending. Management by crisis, no management. I believe if you do proper procurement, you'll be able to have commodities that will run for us enough time as we prepare to procure the next consignment. So my role as a CEC is to ensure that all procurement officers are active and that their work in a timely manner so that we don't run in shortages of commodities to force people into spending at source.
Yes, Honorable Senator.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have two questions. The first one is, have you ever handled a case of professional negligence?
I have not per se had an issue with my conduct as a doctor, but I've had a case in Kimilili where one of the staff members was accused by a member of the public of professional negligence, and we tried to pursue it to the logical conclusion, and the complainant was settled.
I'm asking because there is some instance that happened last month where a patient was prescribed from drugs by one of the officers, and the patient passed on. Your system, the way the system works is that the medical officer clicks on the drug he wants maybe prescribed to the client, and unfortunately it linked the wrong drug, and unfortunately the patient was given that drug. I want to know what measures can be put in place to prevent such a thing from happening, because from the records it's like what the doctor says is what the pharmacist will do, not checking. So how will you prevent something like that from happening again?
One of the things that we do through the GRP, we need to establish a quality assurance unit. Even the Health Services Act that this House passed gives us the clear instructions to establish quality assurance unit. No one is perfect. Mistakes do happen. And therefore, that unit, one, we ensure that all professionals providing care to our people are duly licensed. You know, the nurses and doctors and people, so they have to renew their practicing license every year. That's the work of that unit, to ensure that there is compliance to statutory obligations. Two, at the service delivery point, we know that there is risk of administering the wrong drug to a client, and therefore we have to provide registers if that kind of to a client, to provide registers, if that kind of use for grievance redress before we reach the point of staff unrest. Because staff unrest in healthcare, this is suicidal because it means patients are going to die during the strike period. We're going to lose a lot of, and the life lost can never be recovered. So I'll strive to do the best of my ability to ensure that we prevent staff unrest.
So many lives who were affected due to COVID-19 pandemic. What will you propose as the damage on the sanitation, education, and behavior change in order to strengthen our readiness during disaster or such emergency?
Through the chair, I want to say that every pandemic gives us lessons. COVID notwithstanding, the culture of hand washing will have been forgotten. The culture of maintaining social distance has been forgotten. The culture of wearing a mask, we thought the only mask can be worn in theater. COVID taught us that those simple tasks, like washing your hand, avoiding close contact, like shaking hands every time with people, we minimize infections, both the diarrheal infections and upper respiratory tract infections. So for me, I say, not only the doctor, not only the CEC, all of us, because health is not left to the health sector alone. Health is for all of us. Let's ensure that the public is made aware of the preventive measures that can be taken to control respiratory diseases and diarrheal diseases. So now we have Ebola in Uganda. Not very far from COVID, the measures are almost the same, separation. So for me, I believe we need to continue with mass education of our people. We need to ensure that there are hand washing facilities in schools, in homes, and even in the marketplaces. Because during COVID, we saw those are the things that actually helped us as a country to fight the pandemic.
Yes, Honorable Table.
Thank you, Chair. You know, this exercise is very tiresome, but then only in your own considered view, how does the procurement and the distribution of drugs affect the provision in the healthcare of Bungoma County?
Through the chair, procurement is a very integral part in the management of health services. Because after budgeting, the next step is implementation of the budget. So how do you implement the budget? Is to make sure that you procure the services and commodities. So procurement is at the center of financial management. And therefore, if procurement fails, it means we can't continue our budget. And therefore, we'll be left with unutilized funds. So for me, procurement is just at the backbone of provision of services.
Yes, Honorable Jemion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The nominee, I'm aware that you have served as a very important person in that department. You must be aware of CHVs and the role they play. Would you be able to inform this committee how many CHVs do we have in Bungoma County? Then, how much stipend is paid to them on a monthly basis or a given period. And 3, is a stipend paid regularly to these CHPs? And finally, what proposals do you intend to implement to actualize the governance proposed? You know, the governance proposed that is going to do much in officially recognizing the role of community health volunteers. And he has even gone ahead to say he's going to enroll them on a sustainable monthly stipend. To you, what is this sustainable monthly stipend? How much of money will they be paid per month? Thank you.
Okay, to the chair. I want to state here that BUNGOMA County has 354 community units and therefore has 3,540 community health volunteers. Out of those, only 260 are not receiving a stipend every month. And this, I'm told, is already factored in the budget. The issue is just pursuing it further to ensure that they get their stipend. They get a stipend of 2,000 Kenya shillings every month, but how regular, I cannot ascertain because I have not been, since I came from Cuba, I went straight to the hospital to help set up the family medicine unit. So it's a matter to check. But going forward, to ensure the governor achieves his manifesto, we have to ensure that the stipend is reasonable. You know that the cost of living has gone up, and even the CHBs, their facilitation is not adequate. Most of them walk on foot across the villages. So, through the legislation of community health services, I believe it will guide us on how much we should pay a stipend, and also it will be able to ensure that these HWs are considered as community health workers as opposed to community health volunteers, and therefore to ensure that they are captured in our establishment, in our staff establishment, and as providers of healthcare service at Tier 1, which are community health services. And this will guarantee their existence going forward.
Chair, do we have a policy that guides the recruitment of these CHPs and their remuneration? Do we have something that guides that?
To the chair, what I remember, community health strategy was a brainchild of the national government, and during that time there was a framework which outlined who is eligible to become a CHW, and it is the one that committed the 2,000 shillings as stipend. And therefore, for us in BUNGOMA, we need our home solutions because we are the ones who live with these people, and legislation is also part of our responsibility as a county. We can enact our own legislation to guide us on what to do with the CHPs.
Yes, Honorable Stephen Omaba.
Honorable Chair, I have a question to the nominee. Now that you look forward to becoming a CECM, that your objective, the health sector faces many challenges, ranging from congestion to lack of drugs and not forgetting rampant corruption. If made the CECM, what measures will you put in place to improve service delivery and ensure congestion?
We are giving outreach services to the community. We're going to make sure that the facilities in the community, in the rural areas, they are fully functional and equipped. 3, we are going to ensure that staff are provided to ensure service. Because health is not just brick and mortar. Health touches on 7 pillars, and human resource for health is very integral. Pharmaceuticals and other commodities are very integral. So for us to decongest the BUNGOMA County Referral Hospital, I believe, and I'm sure we will do it, that we are going to ensure that all wards have functional health centers. It's easier to carry a doctor to the location than carry a location to a doctor. We better equip the health centers to ensure that services are being provided there.
Yes, Honorable Grace, then Honorable Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. Which criteria are you going to put in place on hospital bill waiver so that it benefits that lonely person in the community instead of benefiting patients related to workers in the Ministry of Health, as you have been doing while you are being a medical superintendent in Kibiribi? I know you are giving waivers to only those people related to your colleagues and retaining a NAFLA for a bill of 1,000.
Yes, Doctor?
Through the chair, this is a new allegation, but not the same. I will respond to it in a broad manner. Waivers are part of our healthcare management systems because public healthcare is non-profit organization. We're not here to make profits because we treat children, we treat orphans, we treat travelers. People are traveling to Rwanda, they pass through here. Someone falls sick, is a truck driver. We treat them. Some of them they can't pay. So, in the wisdom of the designers of the system, they felt wise to have medical social workers. These medical social workers, their role is to identify patients who cannot pay, and they go do community checks with the administrative units, the location and the sub-location, to show that actually this person is not able to pay, and they make a report. And then there's a waiver committee that sits to discharge those patients without paying. So the allegation that Dr. Malwa discharged, gave waiver to his friends, I don't have a family in Kibiribi, I don't have friends in Kibiribi. Therefore, all those that were given waivers actually related to get waivers and their reports in the waiver file.
Honorable Joseph?
Just on the same, Chair.
No, I had spoken of going Honorable Joseph and then back to you, Honorable George. Kindly.
As a senior to me, I wanted to come in and it.
So the senior has to come ahead of me.
But we are all members here.
Yes, we are all committee members as put by
Just maybe follow-up for the question. Maybe the child, what do they know, what do you normally base on during the issue of waiving the bill? Then Speaker, we have a 300 bed capacity here within us, which was set by the outgoing regime as a CEC. What plans do you have? When can we equip it so that it can start functioning?
Through the chair, giving a waiver, we would depend on the report made by the medical social worker, because they are also trained and they are mandated to visit the household to ascertain that actually this person is poor and they cannot pay. So the criteria of how to determine the poverty level of that person, I believe I can get it from the medical social worker, and I believe all patients can be assisted for those who are not able, truly unable to pay. There's something in health economics we talk about willingness to pay. Someone can be able to pay but not willing, but another one is not able to pay and can't pay. So we are only going to give waiver to people who can't pay and not able to pay. Not people who can't pay but are able to pay.
Thank you, Honorable. Now,
sorry.
It's okay. You will get from the issue of bed capacity.
There's a question about the
bed capacity.
This is a big project, and as we welcome the project, because it's going to assist the people of BUNGOMA, but this is a long-term project. Fully equipping the facility, you put brick and mortar in place, you put machines there, but you have the personnel also can't run it. So with our budget, what your plan is to do incremental procurement. We are going to employ, according to our plan in health, we are going to employ human resources starting this financial year. This financial year we are going to employ 182. Next financial year we are going to employ 200. The next 200 up to the end where we should be able to employ around 900 personnel. Some of them will get a chance to serve in the 300-bed capacity. And likewise, we're going to factor in the budget, equipment for the facility, every year 50 million to ensure that by the end of this 5-year term, we will have equipped that facility.
I think, Chair, it's being funded by the gate speak.
To the chair, please, you'll allow me to get the details right, because I'm not yet confirmed. So the information I have is what I've been able to gather. I've not been handed over the projects yet.
It's okay. Honorable George Makari.
Thank you.
Then I have Honorable Grace.
Thank you,
And
Chair.
I have the Honorable James Barasa.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe
Honorable, we are on camera.
Dr. Omar,
Yes.
if he comes lucky, he's going to be a CEC for health, not later than maybe next week. Now, there is an issue, Chair, about casual workers at the hospital. And this is BUNGOMA referral, and then it is replicated down to other hospitals across the county. But you will find that these people, there is a cartel within the hospital that it keeps on recruiting relatives on a 3-month contract. Any person outside cannot penetrate. And if you are lucky enough to take your a person that is on your neck, you go there, he or she will serve only 3 months and is thrown out. But there are all people within that cartel at the hospital, they keep going on and on and on for years. As a CISO of health, Dr. what are you going to do about that if you come?
To the chair, one of the principles of public service is impartiality. We should not practice nepotism or tribalism, and we should give equal chance to all communities. So I believe what the honorable members just described is favoritism and maybe nepotism, which are reprimandable acts in a public service. And as the CEC of health, I'm going to ensure that all community members of this county get a chance in public service at whatever capacity through a fair competition and on merit. So for those with merit, and if
Nominee, are you aware of that existence of that cartel? Or not?
I've had.
You've had.
As someone who lives here, I've had.
Yes.
And we are going to ensure that the rule of law takes course.
When you were in the was that cartel in the community also not?
When you were
in the community, was that cartel there?
During my tenure, it didn't exist. Because we were getting chance to casuals who come every 3 months, they go, so we had 2 pools.
So we are asking that cartel of bringing the people every 3 months.
Yeah.
Were you aware of it exists in Kimil or not?
That was not there.
What was the reason?
Since I served in the hospital only for 6 months and I left. So at that juncture, or at that point, I didn't see that.
You've been here for how long?
Yeah, I've been here since July.
July. 3 months have lapsed. Are you aware of that cartel also? Here.
And the chair is the same cartel that interviews the casuals that come in. So they keep on renewing that. The reason is only. So maybe the cartel.
Are you aware of that cartel here?
Because of the record, I don't lie because I'm not in management of the facility. So I don't know how they've been handling casuals and Also, I've just been getting the reports from.
But in your course of your duties, you've been meeting the cashiers.
Yes.
How they come in, you go out, you don't know.
I don't.
It's okay. Now we had Honorable Mukongo.
Chair, mine was more of a comment, but something that's just coming in my mind.
Please proceed.
In the previous regime, Honorable Chair, we had a CEC from Mula and the chief officer from Imedi. When you heard of a flagship project, it was either Mula or Imedi. You are coming in, we also practice the same thing, or we will change the pattern, because some sub-county hospitals have been left out for the last 5 years without even single construction, like Chwe. Because you have worked in this department, I know you have been. While you are going to Felicia, you are passing at Chwe. And looking at the catchment of Chwe, you have patients from America. On border from Imedi, they were also coming to trade. Servicia, even Fabjai sub-county as a whole. So my brother, you need to do something for those areas that the CEC is not from that region. Secondly, I have listened to you very carefully. And while you are suffering in Busia and even other parts of our county, you are initiating or opening new dispensaries. I don't know if you have come across, because you have been working here in Bungoma, I don't know if you have come across, there is a modern dispensary that was constructed. Then, the Member of Parliament of Felicia, that is at the moment the Speaker of the National Parliament, a modern one, 95% complete. Because of the politics, the people of that area were denied the operation of that dispensary. I want to hear from you, if you will be nominated within a certain period. I want you to assure this on the panel, because we are keeping records. What will you do, my brother?
Through the chair, I want to say that I will serve the people of Bungoma with all manner of professionalism and ethics, without favor, discrimination, or either gender, disability, or any other form of discrimination. Bungoma County faces a lot of health inequalities and inequities. Where we are sitting here, we are in township. Township ward does not have a single public health care primary facility. We don't have a dispensary, neither do we have a center. So we talk, even Hanapa ward does not have a dispensary or a center. So we talk about marginalization or inequality. Where we are sitting here today, people of Kandui, they are facing inequality, yet they are at the heart of Kandui. So, for me, we are going to revise to ensure that let's focus at the ward level. And the members of the county assembly are going to elect us. Because the constitution wants us to do community participation. Let's ensure that we let every ward to have a functional health center. And then we go down further to make sure that every sub-location has a dispensary. And this will increase. In case one ward has got 5 sub-locations and they have 3 dispensaries, which means they are lacking 2. Because another ward with only 1 facility. So you better give that ward with only 1 facility the 2 dispensaries, so it comes to par with the dispensaries as we move progressively. I know we cannot achieve it during the Lusaka tenure, to make sure that every sub-location has a dispensary. But we need to strive through the participation of the community, through the elected leaders, to ensure that we are fair and we are trying to reach the community as far as we can.
Thank you. Now, as I'm asking you the second last question, I've been looking at your higher education, don't about the certificate that you brought It's expired. It's a 2015 document. And after that, I know you've gone back to school several times. So is it okay?
To the chair, I only benefited once for the loan from Higher Education Loans Board, and the certificate was issued in 2015, having cleared my loan that was given from my graduate studies. However, I was guided by the clerk's office that I should get a compliance certificate. I've been camping at the BUNGOMA Center since Monday. The success has been down. I've not been able to get a compliance certificate. But I don't have another loan that I took.
There is no evidence of you liking a loan before us from Higher Education Loans Board. There is no evidence.
Chair,
the evidence would have been a certificate of clearance. Now, lastly, this is important for this House and for me as a speaker. It's okay, 100%. Do you have something? Yes, please.
Chair, I wanted to know from the clerk how the shortage of essential commodities like condoms and HIV kits are out of stock at the moment.
No, when the Queen has come from the name of the panel, it's good that it's loud enough for you to hear. I only reject clarification, but I think being a minority leader is going to now was supposed to oversight people properly. Come again with Senegal.
Exactly, I'm saying I've received complaints from my people that there are no condoms at the hospital, and the HIV kits are also out of stock. And yet these are very important.
So they are essential groups of bread.
Yes, essential groups. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, that to the chair. I'm aware that the department has been facing issues with the measures that have been put in place to prevent and control the spread of HIV. And under all of them, we envisage to procure enough condoms. You remember HIV is one of the vertical programs run by straight from the office of the president. So, given this opportunity, I will engage closely with the CS for Health to ensure that BUNGOMA County is one of the endemic areas for HIV. We get facilitation of HIV kits and other goods that are used in the prevention of HIV.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Seneca. I'll ask the attorney. I'm asking this question for you of this committee and the entire House. In our new standing orders, the chair you are sitting on is now going to reserve for the CCs and chief officers. You'll be summoned by the various committees for answering some queries or clarifications. If we summon you tomorrow, if you are able to confirm, will you be able to come before this committee?
To the chair, yes, sir.
Because we have the history of people becoming animals and they want to appear before us, we really want to have money from this assembly in terms of budgeting. You will appear in compliance.
Yes, sir.
It's okay. Thank you. Have a good evening. I think it comes to brief then for today's interview. You are free. There's no for this evening hours. At least you can take it where you always take for your evenings.
Thank you, Chair, and all the members.
But I think let's say you were closing remarks. I'm very sorry, I think I was ahead of time. You were closing remarks, please.
As we come to the closure of this discussion, I want to thank the Chair and all the members for being so hospitable to me. The questions have been very insightful and the discussions have been very engaging. And I think it opens our eyes to ensure that we focus on the goal of serving our people going forward. I will remain honest and I will look at the service of people of BUNGOMA and I will remain accessible to this house and the members of this house. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. I've been told by one of my officers that we have a cup of tea behind here in a tent. We welcome to the honorable members and our staff for that cup of tea as you go and keep on praying that this committee finds favor in its wisdom and approves you or proposing a law for approval to this House its sittings next week. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank our Secretariat. I need to have a brief meeting in my chamber for next week's planning as members take